The 9,451st meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the colors of the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 4 minutes. Before giving the floor to those who wished to speak, I would like to inform members and fellow ministers of my foreign minister that he will resume presiding over the Council. Unfortunately, he could not be here at 3 o'clock, but he will come back, and he sent his best regrets and his best wishes to his fellow ministers. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ayman Safadi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Jordan.
On behalf of the whole Arab group, so I'm going to kindly ask you for the time necessary to speak on behalf of 22 countries. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, may the mercy, blessings, and peace of God be upon you. Our common humanity is today put to the test. Our moral values are being put to the test. The principles for which the United Nations was built and upon which the United Nations was built are being put to the test. We're facing a spiral of violence, a war based on despair over decades of occupation, injustice, and oppression. Innocent people are being killed. Children are being dismembered. The elderly, women are being killed. Homes are being bombarded. Hospitals with no drugs. A raging war that is razing Gaza to the ground. For this moment, the Security Council was established to apply international law, to maintain peace, to stop the war and violence, to prevent violence, to say that there is no difference between the people, that there is no state above the law, regardless of its might, regardless of its barbarism. But it seems that Israel is above the law. It is violating international law without any deterrent. It is running roughshod over Security Council resolutions. It's building settlements without any consequences. It is confiscating Palestinian land without accountability. It is expelling Jerusalemites from their homes without accountability. And the Security Council didn't even call for a ceasefire in the current war on Gaza, the war that's killing 14 Palestinians, civilians, every hour. It is killing Palestinian women, one Palestinian woman every 20 minutes. It is breaking the heart of parents, of children, whose houses, whose schools are being bombarded every 15 minutes. What would a Palestinian mother say to her child when he asks for water and there is no water? This child, if he survives, would he remember the following sentence, that normally depriving you of food, of medication is a war crime, but you are Palestinian. That means that the international law does not serve you. Esteemed colleagues, enough with the war, enough with the despair, enough with the oppression, enough with the killing, enough with the violence, and enough with double standards in the application of international law. To our friends that seem to think that they would serve Israel in its war against Gaza, they would think that their humanitarian and legal responsibility towards the Palestinian are being borne by calls, late calls to deliver humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza. To those we say, in all honesty, Your position that is supportive of Israel will not serve Israel and will not convince Palestinians. Whoever wants to support Israel would support the end of this war, would support a just and comprehensive peace. Whoever wants to bear their responsibility towards Palestinians must stop any killing of Palestinians, must support just and comprehensive peace, to establish an independent Palestinian state, a sovereign state with Jerusalem, occupied Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, so that every Palestinian and Israeli mother would be happy with the smiles on the faces of their children, so that children can hug their parents out of joy, not out of fear. Esteemed colleagues, condemning the killing of Palestinian and Israeli civilians, calling for liberty for everyone is a very important humanitarian position. We have taken this position. Violence is born out of the death of hope, or born out of any other motive that would completely undermine justice. Any attempt to forcibly displace Palestinians inside their occupied land or outside of this occupied land is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949 and its protocol of 1977. Any attempt to export this crisis that is made by the occupation, that is aggravated by the occupation, that will only end with the end of the occupation, any forced displacement to neighboring countries, we will confront these attempts. Ladies and gentlemen, 6,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed. Those have faces, have memories, have loved ones. 200,000 homes were destroyed. 200 schools in Gaza turned into rubble. Hospitals, schools, places of worship were bombarded. To target civilians taking shelter in those buildings, not for self-defense. We will not allow for fury, for anger, for pain to determine our future. That will only beget more fury, more pain. Israel will enjoy security when Palestinians enjoy security. How many wars have we seen? How many civilians have paid the price? And where we are today, in the midst of another hell of a war that portends grave repercussions for our region. Ladies and gentlemen, only the just peace would secure Israel's and Palestine's security. Wrong are those who promote the possibility of achieving peace by ignoring the Palestinian people. The crisis has become deeper because there are no prospects for ending occupation. There are some in the Israeli leadership that are destroying the prospect of the two-state solution. Some are calling for wiping the Palestinian people out of the face of the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Security Council should adopt a resolution for ceasefire and to stop the war. The Security Council should adopt a resolution to condemn the killing of the Palestinians, of civilians on both sides, to prevent starving Palestinians, to prevent collective punishment. The Security Council must take a clear stance that reassure 2 billion Arabs and Muslims that international law will be applied. Let's work together to ensure that this is the last war on Gaza, the last violence in Palestine and Israel, the last instance of demonizing Palestinians, the last tears of mothers over the futile death of their children. Let's work together to go back to a true peace process, to serious negotiations based on international law, based on Security Council resolutions that remain ink on paper, to end the occupation, to achieve comprehensive, durable, just peace on the basis of the two-state resolution within a set time frame with international guarantees. Peace for the Palestinians, peace for the Israelis, peace for the whole region. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves in the same situation we've been in for years. Year after year, we are talking without any action on the ground to achieve peace. Innocent civilians are being killed. Hope is being dissipated. And the credibility of the United Nations is being eroded. The value of international peace is reduced. This Council must champion the law and justice and humanity, or it says Israel has the right to do what any other country has not the right to do. And the Palestinian people do not enjoy the same rights as any other people. The war would become even more ferocious. It is up to you. The whole world will benefit if the Security Council championed justice and peace. Or the Council would bear the responsibility of this war, of depriving a whole people of the right to live like all other peoples of the world, live in security, liberty, independence on their land, on the land of Palestine, on the land of the ancestors. I thank you for your attention. May the blessings of God be upon you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Safadi for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sameh Shoukry, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Palestinian territories are going through horrific developments. The number of victims of Israeli military action on Gaza exceeded 5,000. Innocent Palestinian civilians, among them more than 2,000 children, in a matter of 3 weeks. The war machine continues indiscriminately to claim lives without any distinction. Despite this humanitarian shock and the loss of lives around the clock, it is regrettable, it is shameful that some continue to justify what is happening, citing the right to self-defense and resisting terrorism. I wonder today, what right justifies not distinguishing between an enemy to be targeted and unarmed civilians destined to live for centuries in this particular part of their homeland and to be subjected to a blockade? 2.5 million civilians are being killed, starved, and forcibly displaced. The scenes of this crisis since its beginning have been heart-wrenching. The children that lost their lives, or lost their mothers, or their siblings, or their fathers, do not deserve what's happening to them. They're not responsible for what is happening to them. Our conscience cannot bear their suffering. Silence, in this case, is tantamount to giving blessings, not naming things by their names and merely calling for respecting international humanitarian law without describing what is happening as an actual violation of international humanitarian law and human rights that lip service is paid to. All this is tantamount to participating in the crimes, reducing the suffering of the Palestinian people that has been going on for 7 decades to the circumstances of the last chapter of this suffering is an attempt to justify flagrant violations of international law and international humanitarian law. They are tantamount to giving the green light to perpetuating unprecedented suffering inflicted on the people of Gaza. Mr. President, Egypt has condemned the targeting of civilians, any civilians. I repeat and reaffirm once again that Egypt does not accept any targeting of unarmed civilians by any party or capturing them for them to become a bargaining chip. We do not accept any justification in this regard. We call for releasing the captured. Humanity is indivisible and is not selective. Some are busy with playing the blame game, while destruction and death continue unabated. those need to recognize that today's situation did not come from nothing. It is a result of accumulated practices and policies with the sole goal of entrenching an illegal occupation, usurping the land from its rightful owners, and imposing a new demographic reality. Egypt has warned time and again of merely timidly calling for reviving the peace process, of inaction of the international community, not using the tools at its disposal to enforce international consensus on the settlement of the Palestinian questions based on a two-state solution and Security Council resolutions. We've also warned at several occasions of the continued and intensified Israeli practices lately, especially persisting in weakening the Palestinian Authority, saying that peace is no longer feasible. The policies of separating the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, the blockade on the Strip, the storming by the Israeli military of the towns of the West Bank, desecrating holy places, Israel reneging on any understandings to de-escalate the situation on the ground, all of the above led us to this desperate moment. Mr. President, Security Council and General Assembly resolutions over the history of the crisis reflected an unequivocal and clear unanimity that the Palestinian question needs to be settled, not liquidated by military action or settlement, or by what we're seeing today, namely forced displacement. I reiterate what Egypt has stated during the Cairo Peace Summit, that the solution to the Palestinian question is not forced displacement, not moving the Palestinian people to other places. The only solution is justice, by granting the Palestinians their legitimate rights in self-determination, in living in dignity and peace and safety in their independent state on their territories, just like any other people in the world. The Palestinian people will not leave its land. It's holding on to this land. Egypt will not accept for the Palestinian people to be forcibly displaced, and we will not accept any liquidation of the Palestinian question at Egypt's expense. A look at history clearly reveals that the Palestinian people, despite the challenges, remained resistant on its territory, and the Palestinian questions throughout the history also did not die. It too remained resistant, given the legitimate demands of the Palestinian people and their rights that are beyond disputes. What has the world gained as a result of deferring the solution? More tension, more pain in occupied Palestine, in Israel, and in the whole region. Mr. President, we followed with regret the inability of this august council twice to adopt a resolution or even to call for a ceasefire to end this war. In light of this crisis situation, we're also surprised by new attempts to adopt resolutions that don't include any call for ceasefire to prevent any further deterioration of the situation, which might lead the region to a dangerous juncture with grave repercussions. What is being tabled, some of what's being tabled today in the Council, amounts to a new attempt to justify the continuation of this war. This is not in line with the Charter of the United Nations that established this Council and determined its mandate. Egypt provided a platform for heads of states and government through the Cairo Peace that was held on the 21st of this month to contain the situation and to provide a political framework to deal with this crisis rather than giving free rein to destruction, killing, and violence. At this summit, we pursued an approach that is not politicized, that takes into account the urgent humanitarian dimension of this catastrophe. We aimed at reaching a consensus, even if just in principle, on a de-escalation to stop the war and to prevent more destruction, to ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid and revive the peace process. We will not rest until this war ends. However, to be very honest, we regret the double standards we've seen since the beginning of this crisis when dealing with international crisis, especially the humanitarian dimension. Some rush to show sympathy with civilian victims in certain places and condemn in the strongest terms possible those responsible for civilian casualties. At the same time, they prefer to turn a blind eye and rush to justify the killing and the targeting of civilians and their civilian infrastructure in a different place, as if the lives of civilians in Palestine mattered less than the lives of others, as if Palestinian lives did not deserve the same efforts to protect them and to defend them. Mr. President, I came today representing Egypt, which opened the door for peace in the region, to warn of the grave repercussions of international failure to deal with the current crisis and its repercussions on peace in the region and the aspirations of the peoples of the region to peace, coexistence, and stability. And I ask you today, before it's too late, given that the Council is the highest political body entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security, I'll call you to do the following. 1. Sustainable and immediate ceasefire in Gaza without any conditions. 2nd, put an end to all the practices that aim to forcibly displace the Palestinian people in their land or outside their land, which is a grave violation of international law, humanitarian international law, and amounts to a war crime. 3, provide international protection immediately to the unarmed Palestinian people. 4th, ensure the safe, prompt, and sustainable delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Israel must bear its responsibilities as the occupying power. 5, we must reach a binding formula to settle the Israeli-Palestinian conflict according to the agreed-upon parameters set out in Security Council resolutions, which provide for the end of the occupation and establish the Palestinian states along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital. 6, this council must bear its responsibility and work on launching an independent investigation of the flagrant violations of international law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, the above is the least we would expect of this august council, the main body responsible for the maintenance of international peace and security before the current crisis worsens even further, before it spills over to other countries of the region, before we have to go back to this council to discuss a deeper and a bigger crisis, before it is too late. I thank you, Mr. President. May the peace, blessings, and mercy of God be upon you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Shukri for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Petr Shatto, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for giving me the floor. Unfortunately, I do believe it's not an exaggeration to say that global security has been in its worst shape since the conclusion of the Cold War. And the two armed conflicts which are now having the biggest impact, negative one of course, on global security, have been taking place in Europe and in our direct neighborhood. And this phenomenon makes us in Europe facing a tremendous challenge. In such an occasion, for which this Council has now been convened, we have to speak very clearly, and nothing must be relativized. Therefore, we have to say very clearly that there is no excuse and there can be no excuse for launching thousands of rockets on the territory of a sovereign country. And there's no excuse and there can be no excuse for killing a big number of innocent people by such an attack. Therefore, we do find unacceptable all kinds of attempts which aim at explaining this phenomenon or aim at putting it into any kind of context or aim at finding any excuse for such a barbarian attack. And based on that, we have to say also very clearly that Israel does definitely have the right to protect itself. It's not only the interest of Israel, but the interest of the entire international community that such an attack will never ever take place again. And dear Mr. President, on this occasion we have to call everything by its name. A terrorist attack has been committed against Israel. A terrorist attack committed by a terrorist organization. So therefore, what has to happen now is a fight against terror and fight against a terrorist organization. And I do believe I can say that it is the interest of all of us that this fight against terror will be successful. In the meantime, we have to be also very clear about the fact that, or the intention, that in the meantime, all efforts should be made by the international community to make sure that escalation is avoided. And when I say escalation is avoided, I mean that it must be avoided that this fight against terror, this fight against a terrorist organization must not turn into a war between nations and between countries. And here I'd like to share two major concerns of ours with you, Mr. President. First, that after a series of failures for long decades, and after people of this region suffering a lot, a new hope for a long-term peace has popped up back in 2020 when the Abraham Accords have been signed in the garden of the White House. That was the first successful attempt to create a long-lasting and sustainable peace. And here I definitely do believe that we have to pay tribute to President Trump, who was able to put together the Abraham Accords. And we have to pay special tribute to the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, who have participated at the signing of the first agreements. And here, Mr. President, unfortunately, we see a huge risk posed by the series of terrorist attacks against Israel, that all the achievements we have reached since 2020, since signing the Abraham Accords, will be lost. And that these terrorist attacks will bring us back to a similarly hopeless situation where we had been for decades. Therefore, Mr. President, we do count a lot on the Gulf countries and on the Arab countries in the region, who have shown a very responsible way of behavior, not to let all these achievements reached by the Abraham Accords be lost. And the second concern I'd like to raise, Mr. President, is that for us in Hungary, I have to tell you honestly, it's scary. It's scary to see images from the streets and squares of some European countries and here in North America. We see that terrorist organizations are being praised on the streets. We see that rallies take place in order to praise acts of terror. And we see a modern-age anti-Semitism being on the rise in some European countries. And I have to tell you that this we find unacceptable and frightening in the meantime. And we all know that this is a consequence of the massive illegal migratory flows which have hit Europe in the recent years and which have created parallel societies in many European countries. And we all know that in case this conflict in the Middle East escalates, we Europeans will have to face another tremendous and very dangerous waves of illegal migration. So therefore, Mr. President, I want to make it very clear here as a conclusion that it is absolutely unimaginable that any authority in Hungary would approve and allow any rally to take place with the goal of praising a terrorist attack or a terrorist organization. Thank you so much.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Sujato, for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Naledi Pandor, Minister for International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to begin by thanking the Federative Republic of Brazil for convening this timely open debate. We found the briefings this morning most instructive. They provided terrible insights into the plight of innocent civilians in Gaza and the West Bank, as well as pointed to the urgent need to ensure the release of Israeli hostages as soon as possible. South Africa agrees with many of today's speakers that the ultimate solution to the conflict is finalizing the question of the two-state solution. We must work hard through the United Nations to create two states, Palestine and Israel, living side by side in peace and security. This must be done in accord with the established UN resolutions on the two-state solution. The Palestinian state should be created along the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. South Africa also joins the urgent calls for an immediate comprehensive ceasefire and that humanitarian corridors should be opened so that aid and other basic services reach all those in need. Most importantly, we call on all parties to exercise restraint and to desist from fueling this patently unjust war and suffering of innocents. Mr. President, we also express condolences to the people of Palestine and of Israel for the lives lost during the past 2 weeks. We are horrified at the blatant targeting of civilians, a clear violation of international humanitarian law, the Geneva Convention, and its protocols. Both Hamas and the State of Israel have committed these violations. Chairperson, the killing of civilians and destruction of civilian infrastructure in Gaza by Israeli forces goes against the tenets of international law, which prohibits the targeting of non-combatants, especially women, the aged, and children. There is an added obligation on an occupying power over the people and territory it occupies in terms of the Geneva Conventions, including a prohibition against collective punishment. This, of course, does not detract from South Africa's concern at the actions of Hamas, which also targeted non-combatants. Whilst we express concern at the current violence and deaths, we cannot ignore the fact that continued occupation has bred hatred, suffering, and pain. Just as Israel deserves peace and security, so are Palestinians deserving of sovereignty, peace, and security. It is our view that for international law to be credible, it must be applied uniformly and not be selective. Mr. President, in our view, the conflict has again illustrated the inadequacy of our own global organization, this body, the United Nations, and in particular, this Council, which has the mandate of maintaining international peace and security. The Council has clearly not been able over time to prevent conflicts from spiraling into intense violence and harm to ordinary civilians. All of us need to work harder at reforming our organization so that it is more capable of responding in protection of civilians. We all recall that in 1994, a genocide occurred in Rwanda with much of the whole world watching as innocent people were massacred. History cannot keep repeating such cruelty with all of us watching. We should establish a system of global governance that is fair, equitable, and has the capacity to respond to the needs of all persons in situations of threat and harm. A system that is not just a tool for the most powerful countries of the world, but that provides protection for the most vulnerable. Finally, South Africa is appalled at the Security Council's failure to agree a unified resolution that signals a full commitment to ending killing and suffering. There can be no search for compromise resolutions when this Council is faced with a crisis of such proportions. We thus urge the Council to do its work and ensure security and peace for the residents of Israel and of Gaza. I thank you, Chairperson.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Pandor, for her statement. I now give the floor to His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency, President of the Security Council, Excellencies, we hold this meeting under painful circumstances following dangerous developments in the Gaza Strip that claimed the lives of thousands of civilians. It warns of an imminent humanitarian catastrophe and dangerous repercussions on the security of the region and the world. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia condemned clearly the targeting of civilians, whoever they may be. We have called for ending the escalation of military operations, to stop the bloodshed, to release hostages, to abide by international laws and conventions. We also made every effort alongside friendly and brotherly nations in order to find an urgent and practical solution to stop the bloodshed, to put an end to the escalation and the ongoing cycle of violence. The Palestinian people is suffering under blockade and the ongoing escalation of the Israeli war machine. They continue to target its civilian facilities, its schools, hospitals, infrastructure. They have claimed the lives of thousands of civilians, including women, children, and the elderly. They have injured thousands of civilians. The failure of the international community to this very day to end this collective punishment by the Israeli occupation forces against the residents of Gaza, their attempts to forcibly displace them, this will not bring us any closer to security and stability. As your Council remains silent before these crises that have been ongoing for decades, this is unacceptable. This Council bears the responsibility of its complacency, the cost of this crisis, the losses in lives and property, and the threats to the security and stability of the region. Maintaining international peace and security is at the forefront of the functions of this Council. However, today we see that it is unable to carry out its role. It is late in reaching a resolution that would address this crisis as Israel continues with its violations of international conventions, including international humanitarian law. This casts doubt on the credibility of the mechanisms of international legitimacy. It is high time for the Security Council to shoulder its responsibility for which it was established. The international community must take a firm stance to end military operations, to guarantee the protection of civilians, to end the blockade, to guarantee the delivery of humanitarian assistance, to provide medicine, food, and water, to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, to prevent expanding the cycle of conflict. Double standards and selectivity in abiding by UN laws and resolutions. This policy has dangerous repercussions that go beyond this crisis. It impacts the rules of international law. It also impacts our ability to maintain international peace and security. Mr. President, we have warned time and again that this ongoing escalation with the lack of accountability, this will lead to further violence, further destruction. It will lead to further extremism. The ongoing cycles of violence is because UN resolutions were not respected, were not implemented. If we ignore the reasons behind the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, this will not lead to a just solution. It will not achieve peace and security in the region. We need to seriously revive the peace process that is credible. We are working for the future of our region, a better future for our region. We do hope that the region will enjoy peace, that prosperity will be guaranteed for all, and a better future will be guaranteed for the peoples of the region and succeeding generations. This is the peace that we aspire to, a sustainable peace that would guarantee the two-state solution and the establishment of a Palestinian state along the lines of 1967 that would achieve security, stability, and prosperity for all. I thank you.
I thank His Highness Prince Faisal for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Jean Asselborn, Minister of Foreign European Affairs of Luxembourg.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Thank you for having invited me to participate in this open debate. Nothing can justify the atrocities committed by Hamas terrorists and Islamic Jihad against Israeli civilians on the 7th of October. This barbarity that has shaken the world is something we condemn in the strongest terms. Luxembourg reaffirms unequivocally Israel's right to defend itself within the framework of international law. At the same time, I wish to refer to President Biden, who called on Israel to not let themselves be guided by rage, recalling that the United States had made mistakes in their reaction to the terrorist attacks on the 11th of September 2001. That means that Israel must act fully in line with international humanitarian law and ensure the protection of civilians. The population of Gaza is not Hamas. They can't be held responsible, nor can they be collectively punished for crimes committed by terrorists. The Secretary-General appealed for de-escalation and a humanitarian ceasefire. At first stage, humanitarian pauses should be established, which could then lead to a ceasefire. This would allow delivery of emergency humanitarian aid, and it would facilitate the immediate and unconditional release of hostages, and it would allow also and above all to keep the civilian population of Gaza safe. Rapid and unhindered humanitarian access must be re-established without delay. We welcome the first deliveries of humanitarian assistance to those living in the Gaza Strip in recent days, and we thank the Secretary-General, Egypt, and also the United States for having facilitated the safe passage of this cargo. Nevertheless, as the United Nations has underscored, the population in Gaza need humanitarian assistance that is sustainable and that covers all people in need. As we heard this morning, the first deliveries of emergency assistance did not yet contain fuel, which is, however, nevertheless essential to allow hospitals to work and for water desalination. United Nations premises and all hospitals, clinics and schools must never be targeted by parties to the conflict. UNRWA, who's currently hosting more than 600,000 people in the Gaza Strip, and other humanitarian agencies on the ground must urgently receive the support that they need to fulfill their mandate. On our side, Luxembourg decided to contribute 2.5 million euros additionally to humanitarian efforts in Gaza in the region, supporting UNRWA, the World Food Programme and the ICRC. This brings our support to around 12 million euros for 2023. I visited Gaza on several occasions during my ministerial mandate. Gaza has been for years an open sky prison, and the conditions faced by the people are extreme. The civilians of Gaza are suffering on two fronts, from the Israeli blockade and the bombing, and also the fact that Hamas is using them as human shields. There is a serious risk that this conflict becomes a regional conflagration. This is also true for the West Bank, where the increase of the violence, as we know, of the part of settlers and the forced transfer of Palestinian communities has reached alarming levels. Any spillover of the conflict must absolutely be avoided. We must work concertedly within the international community and with the main actors in the region to avoid any escalation, and the Security Council, but also the General Assembly here in New York, have a key responsibility in this regard. The international community must urgently relaunch the peace process in the Middle East and give it all the attention it merits. The initiative for a peace day for the Middle East, which was held here in New York in September, was indeed a first step in this direction. Luxembourg remains committed to a peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which ensures that Israel's right to security is respected, as well respecting the right of Palestinians to self-determination and dignity. Comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the two-state solution within the 1967 borders, with two democratic states living side by side and maintaining the status quo of the holy sites in Jerusalem, is the only viable path towards putting an end to the cycle of violence. Security Council Resolution 2334, adopted in December 2016, recalled this. Let us commit, President, resolutely to this path on behalf of our common humanity, a humanity that we share with Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Asselborn for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Retno Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, I flew 21 hours from Jakarta to attend this meeting. I just want to remind the Council that you have a big responsibility to maintain peace and security, not to prolong war, not to back up any side, to continue war. Indonesia condemned the continuing unprecedented aggression against civilians by Israel in Gaza. We are seeing a humanitarian catastrophe. Crimes against humanity are happening as we speak. Are we going to stand idle? Attacking hospitals, religious places, blocking access to power, water, fuel, and displacing population of the Gaza Strip are being conducted as a collective punishment. At the same time, civilian hostages are being held, their lives are in critical danger. So I come here to ask the Council, how are you going to exercise your responsibility? When are you going to stop the war in Gaza, create ceasefire, open access to humanitarian assistance, call for immediate release of civilians, stop the illegal occupation of Israel? I have to repeat it. Stop the illegal occupation of Israel. Every second wasted due to political disagreement and failure for consensus represent a humanitarian defeat for the Palestinians and creates further instability for the world. How many more lives should perish before this August Council make a move? Because I can assure you one thing, Indonesia will not waste any single second in harnessing global support for immediate action. Through the OIC, ASEAN, the ASEAN GCC, and D8 meetings, Indonesia has pushed for a united voice to urge for the cessation of violence and focus on tackling the urgent humanitarian catastrophe. Mr. President, Indonesia calls the Council on 3 points. First, a united call for an immediate ceasefire. Silence is harrowing against deafening sound and bullets and rockets. Blanket support shown to one side has so far led to further disproportionate use of force, violation of international humanitarian law, and impunity. It is our collective obligation to end the cycle of violence before it escalates into a regional and global calamity. Second, prioritization of humanitarian access. More than 2 million people in Gaza are hanging on to their lives for basic humanitarian needs. Convoys of aid delivery are mostly being held immobilized and in constant danger from crossfire. The Security Council must urge immediately for safe and unimpeded passage of humanitarian access and respect toward humanitarian law. Third, move beyond politics. Bring back humanity to the Security Council. Please use your great power to be more human. The Palestinians deserve equal rights and treatments. We are all human beings. We all deserve to have a home. We must reject the displacement of Palestinians. We must not let the 1948 tragedy reoccur. The Security Council holds great power, and with great power comes great responsibility to address the current situation in Gaza, to address the root cause and ensure a path to state solution. Indonesia stands with the people of Palestine. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Marsudi, for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Francisco André, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start by commending your presidency of the Security Council for this month. Brazil has shown responsible and constructive leadership when it was most needed, in the aftermath of Hamas' ruthless and indiscriminate terrorist attacks against Israel and amid ongoing humanitarian disaster in the Gaza Strip. Let me also reaffirm Portugal's unequivocal condemnation of the terrorist attacks by Hamas, solidarity with Israel, and recognition of Israel's right and duty to its citizens to emulate the threat posed by Hamas' lethal capabilities. Terrorism in all its forms should be condemned, and I will be very clear: hostages must be released immediately and without preconditions. At the same time, Israel's actions must strictly respect international humanitarian law, no matter how rightful its war aims are. Mr. President, we cannot remain indifferent to the suffering of innocent victims, Israelis, Palestinians, and other nationalities, including UN workers. The death toll on both sides is staggering. At this moment, our collective priority should be the protection of civilians and addressing the humanitarian situation on the ground. The increasing Palestinian civilian suffering is not acceptable. We therefore call for the protection of all medical facilities, schools, and other critical and civilian infrastructures. The basic tenets of international humanitarian law are not compatible with shutting off electricity, food, water, and fuel from Gaza. Preventing further loss of life is a pressing priority. Collective punishment of civilian populations is contrary to international humanitarian law. We are witnessing a humanitarian catastrophe, which is increasing every day. We must act swiftly. Portugal supports and seconds Secretary-General's António Guterres' call for humanitarian ceasefire. We commend the UN work on the ground and pay our respects to those who died in the service of UNRWA, and support Secretary-General tireless advocacy for aid to reach the population of Gaza. The first aid trucks must be just the beginning of a larger effort and of a safe and sustained humanitarian access. Mr. President, this is a moment of tragedy and crisis, and we must transform it into a moment of hope and opportunity. And to do so, we must recognize the nature and the complexity of the issues at stake. Despite the high expectations of the Oslo Accords 3 decades ago, the Palestinian people have not been granted statehood, millions have been displaced for generations, and indeed continue to be uprooted in contemporary times. It must be demonstrated that the non-violent political path is the path worth following. We must return to the diplomatic track. It is the only way to break this cycle of violence and extremism, and we all must work to that end, at the forefront of those directly concerned, such as neighboring countries. The recent peace summit in Egypt was a relevant initiative allowing for needed dialogue and coordination. Now we must urgently avoid the risks of a broader spread of this conflict, which should be prevented at all costs. With tensions running high, a spark can ignite a regional conflagration. We welcome and encourage the continuation of regional international efforts, both in multilateral and bilateral spheres, to prevent the spillover. Mr. President, we must also look to the future. Once this war is over, we cannot just go back to the status quo ex ante. It is our collective responsibility to address the structural drivers of this conflict. Sober, yet courageous, political leadership at all levels is needed. Leadership that can show the path towards political and diplomatic dialogue. This will require a renewed involvement of all relevant actors and a determined effort to implement the UN Security Council resolutions on the matter and set a clear and solid path to a Palestinian state fulfilling the two-state solution. This is the only way towards a lasting and sustainable peace. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. André, for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Attaf, Minister for Foreign Affairs and National Community Abroad of Algeria.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful and all-compassionate. Thank you, President. My delegation is very grateful to yours. Thank you for taking this initiative to convene this special meeting of the Security Council and these exceptional circumstances that has raised the topic of the Palestinian question to the level it is today, and that's what we are discussing. Today, this is happening because of two phenomena, which have led to the situation's exacerbation. These two phenomena are, firstly, the marginalization almost completely of the Palestinian cause and its devaluation on the international level, and secondly, the unjustifiable tolerance of the Israeli occupation. In addition to this, the absolute immunity accorded to the Israeli occupation. This is unrestricted and unconditional immunity. Here we're talking about the marginalization of the Palestinian question. The marginalization of the Palestinian cause means that this cause has completely disappeared from the international community's priorities, and this international community has its resolutions and promises and vis-à-vis the creation of an independent Palestinian state within the 1967 borders with Jerusalem as its capital. The marginalization of the Palestinian question also means that this cause has not seen any serious initiative happen since the 1990s. This period where we saw the paralysis of international diplomacy for more than 3 decades. This also means that the Palestinian cause has recently fallen foul of a very dangerous illusion, an illusion that peace, security, and stability is being sought in the Middle East on the ruins of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people and on their national state. I would like to share a few comments, particularly when we talk about criticisms of the immunity accorded to the Palestinian occupation. I would like to recall that this immunity has given way to more occupation, has led to more occupation, the annexation of Palestinian land by force and control over more than 78% of the territory of the West Bank. This is a cost that has negative effects on the two-state project as a framework for a peaceful, just, and sustainable solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We would also recall that this immunity, according to Israel, has given rise to more racist policies that we reject, policies that reach the occupied town, city of Jerusalem, and its policies that seek to change the legal status quo and historic status quo within the larger project of the Judaization of Jerusalem by force. We recall that this immunity has led to more deaths, forced displacement of thousands, tens of thousands of Palestinians, and this has led to the destruction of its infrastructure, its housing, and its crucial infrastructure over the last 2 decades. To conclude, I'm sure you know that this immunity has led to the creation of Israeli administrations unlike previous one, and they are rushing to carry out more barbarity, more extremism. There is competition that we're seeing for settlement expansion and to violate the rights of the Palestinian people and destroy the project of a Palestinian state. Today, we're seeing a new chapter, a catastrophic one in the Israeli occupation. It is an unprecedented chapter because of its bloody and destructive nature, as well as the horrible toll that this occupation is having against this unarmed, and it is people whose rights are violated. They have been deprived of means of subsistence, and they are people who have no prospects and whose hopes have been destroyed. Today, we are seeing a limpid situation, a very clear situation, which there's no room for interpretation. The Palestinian people is faced with a very difficult choice. On the one hand, they could choose to leave their territory and their legitimate rights behind, and the other choice is ethnic cleansing, racial cleansing, and the eradication of the project of a national Palestinian state. President, these events put the UN, its principles and its values before a significant test. We need to ensure that a logic of law prevails and not the logic of force, and also the logic of legality and not double standards. It is the legally binding criteria must be respected, and we must move against the logic of impunity and tolerance to these crimes, particularly when we talk about this Israeli colonialist occupation. In this connection and in the immediate, for the short term, we call on your council take the following measures. Firstly, lift the unjust blockade on the Gaza Strip, because this is a war crime, a crime against humanity. Secondly, we call on the Council to put an end to the senseless bombing that has led to thousands of innocent victims. This is also a war crime, a crime of genocide. Thirdly, forced displacement of Palestinian people must end. This could also be seen as a crime of ethnic cleansing. And fourthly, we must allow humanitarian assistance to be delivered to the people in Gaza without restriction or condition. This is an appeal that we repeat here before your Council. In the long term, I would like to touch on the topic of a political solution. Here we call on the Security Council to be aware of a clear, obvious reality. Lasting peace cannot be based on crime and injustice. Lasting peace can't be built on marginalization, exclusion, and discrimination. Lasting peace in the Middle East can only be built on a just and lasting solution to the Palestinian question within the framework of international law. And the principles and content of this have been developed here, were developed here at the United Nations in this building, at the Security Council. The Security Council, would they accept to not implement 87 resolutions that have been adopted since the start of this conflict just because the occupying force has decided not to respect them? Your august council, would they accept for these resolutions just to stay within these walls and for what a state to be above the law? Would your august assembly accept the violations of all its resolutions on Palestine? For one reason, the occupier would like this legal requirements to be optional. Clearly, we are at a watershed moment, which reaffirms, once again, the specific responsibility of the Security Council. This body should shoulder its responsibilities to the full. Thank you very much, President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Attaf for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmet Yildiz, Deputy Foreign Minister for Middle East and North Africa Affairs of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Turkey joins others in thanking the Brazilian presidency for organizing this open debate. It is a timely meeting as one of the greatest tragedies of recent history is unfolding in front of our eyes. As we speak here, innocent Palestinian people in Gaza, with a population of 2.5 million, squeezed in a very tiny territory, are under constant and indiscriminate bombing. No hospitals, schools, or places of worship became a shelter for them as Israeli missiles continue targeting them regardless of where they are or whether they are sick or wounded. As of today, the Israeli military has killed more Palestinian children since October 7 than it did in all other military Israeli offensives on Gaza since 2006 combined. The number of the children killed is fast approaching 2,000. There can be no justification for the collective punishment of civilians in Gaza. Some prefer to look the other way in face of such atrocities. They prefer not to speak about crimes against humanity and war crimes. They prefer to pretend as if Palestinian people are just numbers and they have no souls and rights. This is absolutely unacceptable. This is sheer hypocrisy and embodiment of double standard that constitutes the very root cause of the problem we are facing today. If we continue treading the same path, today's problems between Israel and Palestine will only increase in magnitude. We urge immediate action to prevent the conflict from spilling over the wider region and beyond. Therefore, for us, what needs to be done is crystal clear. First, cessation of hostilities must be achieved through an immediate, unconditional, and lasting ceasefire. Second, unhindered flow of humanitarian assistance into Gaza must absolutely be ensured. To this end, I hope this Council will enforce keeping Rafah crossing open for steady flow of humanitarian assistance. Third, the two parties, Israel and Palestine, must be brought together to agree on a two-state solution, living side by side in secure and pre-67 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of the state of Palestine. It is true that such a vision for settlement remained elusive despite several serious attempts. What is required now is a guarantee mechanism for monitoring, verifying, and when needed, enforcing the obligations of the parties. Otherwise, what is written on papers runs the risk of remaining on the papers as happened till now. Turkey is ready to assume its role for regional ownership together with other regional countries. Mr. President, the responsibility of stopping this bloodshed and starting a meaningful process for peace lies first and foremost with the Security Council. The last time this body spoke with one voice and agreed on a resolution regarding Gaza was in January 2009. Resolution 1860 was adopted at a time with Turkey's contributions as a member of the Security Council. We urge the Council to put an end to its indifference to this ongoing carnage, which can have no place in the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Yildiz, for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. A cry of agony can be heard across the Middle East. You can hear the cry in Israel, where families mourn the loved ones, killed, tortured, brutally abducted by Hamas terrorists. You can hear it in Gaza, where parents fear for the lives of their children. You can hear the cry in neighboring countries, where families worry about the violence spilling over to them. Here in this room, we hear the cry. If we want the agony to stop, we must heed all these cries, knowing that it will only stop if it stops for everyone. This conflict is testing us, the world community. Each of us looks at this conflict from our own perspective and history. We need to respect that. But if we want to find a way out of this crisis, we cannot stop there. We must seek to understand each other's pain. Imagine what it would feel like if our sister were abducted, if our child were hit by a missile. We must hear each other out. Then we need to see how we can take small but courageous steps to end the suffering together. I speak to you as a foreign minister of a country that bears historic responsibility for the worst imaginable crime, the crime committed by Nazi Germany, the Shoah. The systematic murder of 6 million Jews with the aim of eradicating Jewish life from Europe. Never again. To me, as a German, that means that we will not rest knowing that the grandchildren of Holocaust survivors are now being held hostage by terrorists in Gaza. For Germany, Israel's security is non-negotiable. Like any other state in the world, Israel has a right to defend itself against terrorism within the framework of international law. Addressing the plight of the Palestinians is in no way contradicting this clear and unwavering stance. It is a key part of it. In Israel, I was shown videos of the most horrendous brutalities against human beings that one could possibly imagine, of young girls being thrown onto trucks as hostages, imagining if they were your children. All hostages must be released immediately, and I thank all partners who are working on it non-stop. In Jordan, I met Palestinian refugee families, schoolgirls, who told me that 53 of their family and friends have been killed in Gaza over the past few days. 53. Each of them someone's daughter, someone's son. Imagine if they were your daughter, your son. All civilian lives matter just the same. Humanity is universal, and so should be our empathy. The fight is against Hamas and not against civilians. That is why it's crucial for us that this fight must be carried out in line with humanitarian law, with the greatest possible consideration for civilians in Gaza. That is why my country, Germany, is increasing our humanitarian aid to Gaza by 50 million euro, of which 19 million go to UNRWA. That is why we need humanitarian windows so that those who are suffering can get help in Gaza. In doing so, we must not be fooled by Hamas' playbook. Hamas is playing with human suffering, using women and children in Gaza as human shields, hiding its weapons under supermarkets, apartment blocks, even hospitals, with obvious intent. Their plan is to fan the flames of hatred and violence, to spark regional escalation, to tear us apart as a world community. We can choose to see the conflict through our own eyes only, to give in to grief and anger, or we can move ahead together, small as our steps may be, so that Hamas can never again perpetrate such acts of terror. The rules of the UN Charter and the international humanitarian law should guide our work for a new tomorrow, towards a meaningful peace process, allowing both Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security in two independent states, knowing that peace will only work if it works for everyone. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Baerbock, for her statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Hanke Bruin-Slot, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Secretary-General for his briefing. Mr. President, on the 7th of October, the world witnessed a horrific terrorist attack on Israel. The horrendous violence carried out by Hamas was not aimed at military targets. Rather, it was an attempt to destroy people's souls by taking hostages and murdering civilians. And this threat from Hamas is far from over. In this context, we should stand all united by supporting Israel and its right to self-defense against the terror threat of Hamas. As we have said before, the use of force in self-defense must be necessary and proportionate, and international humanitarian law must be respected by all parties. This means that every possible measure to protect civilians must be taken. The humanitarian workers must be able to do their job safely and unhindered, and that the UN premises and personnel remain safe from harm. All of this requires restraint on the part of Israel in the use of force. Mr. President, the Kingdom of the Netherlands shares the concerns voiced by so many today. The situation for civilians in Gaza is catastrophic. They are in dire need of aid, and we cannot lose to afford more time. So far, the first convoys have entered Gaza. We need a sustained flow of humanitarian aid of all basic needs, and much more is needed, including fuel. Water supplies need to be restored immediately. Humanitarian pauses are crucial to allow much-needed aid to get through. And a permanent humanitarian corridor is the only way to prevent the situation getting much worse. The Netherlands will step up its humanitarian response. We have committed an additional 10 million euros for immediate humanitarian relief, 8 million euros of which is for UNRWA. This funding aims to improve the living conditions for Palestinian citizens, including mental health and psychosocial support. We are also extremely concerned about the conflict spreading beyond the borders of Israel and Gaza. And we call on all concerned to prevent this from happening. We also urge all parties to do their utmost to prevent further escalation in the West Bank. In this context, we will continue with our development aid for stability. The Palestinian Authority fulfills an important role within their power in preventing a further deterioration and deserves our strong support. Settler violence is worsening an already tense situation, and this must stop. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by saying that our thoughts and prayers are with all the victims and hostages that need to be released immediately and unconditionally. When the UN was created in the aftermath of the Second World War, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict was one of the first major crises calling for urgent attention. Today, more than 75 years later, the need to find a solution to this conflict is more pressing and crucial than ever. The Netherlands calls on this Council to provide the leadership required to manage this crisis, contain it, and provide perspective on a sustainable peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians as the only way forward. In this context, I would like to thank the efforts of the UN and express my gratitude to the UN staff acting on the ground. We cannot go back to the status quo. The two-state solution is more urgently needed than ever, because both sides need it. Both sides are entitled to it, and both sides deserve it. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Brun-Slot, for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. El Tayar Salem El Bour, Acting Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Libya.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Security Council, the government and people of my country condemn in the strongest terms the brutal aggression carried out by the brutal Israeli occupation forces against the Gaza Strip. This aggression has claimed the lives of over 5,000 individuals, in addition to those who were injured and the hundreds trapped under the rubble. First responders are still unable to reach them due to the shelling. And this is the objective of the Zionist occupation forces, the genocide of the residents of the city of Gaza. Mr. President, the pages of our human history are filled with details about the suffering of victims of different religious and ethnic backgrounds. They have documented the horrors of wars. These pages cannot be amended or falsified. They will not conceal the identity of those who perpetrated these horrors, their supporters, their sponsors, the crimes of colonialism, racism, the deliberate killing of young women and children, and the meaning, humanity, and terrorism. These are crimes against humanity and peaceful coexistence. No media in the world can falsify what happened in Gaza, similar to what we are witnessing with the massacre of the bombing of the Baptist Hospital, which claimed the lives of over 500 individuals. Mr. President, this aggression has shown the falsehood of slogans of human rights. Where is the concern over human rights and international law, especially from the so-called civilized nations? What kind of message are you sending today to the world? The world is fully aware of what is happening in the occupied Palestinian territory. Enough double standards, enough falsifying facts. These painful events is a natural result of the continued apartheid policies imposed by the brutal Israeli occupation forces against the Palestinian people for over 7 decades. This has led to denying the Palestinian people of their legitimate rights pursuant to international and humanitarian resolutions and conventions. We cannot accept false arguments that pretend that this current crisis started on the 7th of October and that what preceded it in terms of violations against Palestinians, desecrating the holy sites of Muslims and Christians in Jerusalem, that these were perpetrated by unknown individuals. Therefore, you cannot ask us to condemn the resistance of the Palestinian people or to remain silent and to support aggression against civilians. In this difficult time, some countries supporting this brutal aggression are asking us to accept the forced displacement of Palestinians. From where? From their homes to countries, to neighboring countries. This is a crime that you wish, a war crime that you wish to be supported by the world. Mr. President, international resolutions and international humanitarian law, these laws support and protect civilians. They are binding agreements, moral agreements. Double standards in identifying who are the civilians that should be protected at the international level and should be provided with military support. This is unacceptable. It demeans the lives of civilians. My country calls on the immediate ending of this aggression to put an end to the brutal aggression from Israel under the pretext of protecting their citizens. We are watching on the news the declarations of the occupation forces. They wish to perpetrate a genocide against the residents of Gaza. My country calls on the international community to work on putting an end to this aggression, to put an end to their aspirations to destroy the city of Gaza and Palestinian territory. We also call on the international community to support the Palestinian people's right to establish their independent state with Jerusalem as its capital instead of creating a new geographic reality. We should not talk about the borders of 2023, and we should not talk about the right of refugees from Gaza to go back home. We will not compromise over Palestinians' right to reach food, water, and electricity. We should guarantee the delivery of humanitarian assistance to over 2 million people, and not just allow the access of 20 or 30 vehicles carrying medicine and food. The priority today is to provide security to the residents of the region, to provide an opportunity for a just peace. The Zionist occupation forces should be held accountable for disregarding international humanitarian law and the Geneva Convention. They should be held responsible for cutting off supplies of fuel, water, and electricity. If the international community is unable to put an end to these violations, then you should speak and say so. You should not consider the Palestinian resistance as an argument to allow the destruction of Gaza. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. El-Baour, for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Mr. Sanja Stidlic, Deputy Foreign Minister of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me thank the Secretary General and the briefers for their introductory statements. We are following with great concern the current situation in the Middle East. This cycle of violence has brought additional tragedy and suffering, primarily to innocent civilians. Slovenia remains steadfast in its commitment to the principle that every life counts. This principle should guide our actions in time of peace and prosperity, and even more importantly, in times of conflict and crisis. One of the youngest visitors to the Slovenian office in Ramallah is a 6-year-old girl called Sara. She fell in love with Slovenian anthem, which speaks of nations living together in peace and coexistence, and has even learned the words in Arabic. On the other side, I have been told about children from the Kfar Aza kibbutz and the paper kites they made with their parents on Simchat Torah to send to Gaza as a wish for peace. Keeping in mind Sarah, the children of kibbutz Kfar Aza, the children of Gaza, and indeed all the children of the region, the messages that we want to convey today are simple. Firstly, Slovenia condemns in the strongest terms the terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel. The brutality and killing of innocent civilians can never be justified. We call on Hamas to stop rocket fire into Israel and release all hostages immediately and unconditionally. Slovenia supports Israel's rights to self-defense in accordance with international law, including the principle of proportionality. Secondly, Slovenia calls on all parties to fully respect international humanitarian law and humanitarian principles. This includes full, immediate, and unhindered humanitarian access to and within Gaza. The civilian population there, the majority of whom are innocent women and children, should not bear the brunt of the response for the Hamas attacks for which they are not responsible. And they should not be used as human shields. Without access to water, food, medical supplies, fuel, gas, and electricity, and with constant attacks on civilian objects, schools, hospitals, and protected shelters, the situation in Gaza is turning into a human catastrophe. In this context, we join the calls for an independent investigation of the attack on Al-Ali Hospital. Thirdly, there is an urgent need for a humanitarian ceasefire or pause for the aid to be delivered and distributed to those in need in a fast, sustained, and safe manner. The first deliveries hardly respond to the immense needs on the ground. Slovenia will continue to support the indispensable work of UNRWA, and we have recently substantially increased our funding to the agency. Slovenia reiterates its full support for the work of the United Nations system and the broader humanitarian community. From the good offices of the Secretary General to the efforts of each and every medical and humanitarian worker on the ground. Many of them work tirelessly, and too many of them paid the highest price for humanity to prevail. Slovenia recognizes and supports the efforts of several states and leaders to avert the crisis and humanitarian disaster. We call on all countries in the region and beyond to act responsibly and to cooperate and engage in a constructive dialogue to de-escalate that conflict. In this context, we welcome the Cairo Peace Summit. Finally, people in the region have for decades suffered immensely. As a matter of urgency, we must recommit ourselves to resuming a meaningful peace process leading to a two-state solution that brings peace and security to both sides. Slovenia has supported and will continue to support initiatives aimed at reinforcing and reinvigorating the Middle East peace process, including the recently launched Peace Day effort. Peace and security for both Palestinians and Israelis can only be achieved through a credible political process. Mr. President, as we sit in this chamber, let us think about who we want to create a better world for. To me, there is an obvious answer: for all the peoples of the region, for women, children, and men taken hostage, for those running to shelters when the alarms sound, for those who have fled their homes or are living in refugee camps and experiencing constant fear, violence, and deprivation. Today we observe United Nations Day. When the organization was established, it represented hope for global peace and unity. Those who were children when the United Nations started to deal with the Palestinian question are grandparents today. We, the international community, have failed them. But their children's children deserve a brighter future. We must make sure that their hopes, their dreams, and their aspirations are met with opportunity, peace, and security. The Security Council bears a special responsibility in this respect. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Stidlich for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gerardo Peñalver Portal, First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba.
Mr. President, we endorse the statements that will be delivered by Azerbaijan on behalf of the non-aligned movement and Senegal in their condition as chair of the Committee for the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. We reiterate our deep concern at the escalation of violence between Israel and Palestine, a consequence of decades of Israeli practices of illegal occupation and settlement, in flagrant violation of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people on their own land, as well as the prolonged disregard for the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and international law, including numerous resolutions of the United Nations. Cuba rejects and has always rejected the death of civilians and innocent people of all parties involved in this conflict, without regard to ethnicity, origin, nationality, or religious faith. We condemn in the most robust terms the assassination of civilians, especially women, children, and humanitarian workers of the United Nations system. The indiscriminate bombing against the population in Gaza and the destruction of housing, hospitals, and civilian infrastructure, as well as the denial of services such as water, food, electricity, and fuel to that population, which makes considerably worse the precarious humanitarian situation resulting from the blockade of the Gaza Strip. Nothing can justify these actions, which constitute collective punishment, serious violations of international humanitarian law, and war crimes and crimes against humanity. We demand an immediate ceasefire and the delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza. We must put an end to this rhetoric of war. It is shameful that once again the Security Council has been unable to fulfill its mandate. The government of the United States has been an accomplice and has been responsible for the impunity of Israel for its past crimes by obstructing action of this organ with regard to the Palestinian question, undermining peace and stability in the Middle East. It is shameful that the United States has, in this Security Council, vetoed 46 resolutions related to the situation in the Middle East, including the question of Palestine, the most recent of these just a few days ago. On this occasion, the crime is of greater magnitude because it makes it impossible to put an end to the humanitarian catastrophe of extreme magnitude in the Palestinian territory that is occupied and in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Therefore, it has not been possible to stop the current panorama of violence, which will only exacerbate tensions and worsen the humanitarian impact on civilians. We demand of the government of the United States that they not continue to paralyze the Security Council using the anti-democratic and obsolete power of veto in order to protect the excesses of the government of Israel. We advocate for looking for a speedy solution via negotiation that will stop this escalation of violence and its very serious humanitarian consequences. We stress the urgent need for a broad, just and lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the basis of the creation of two states that will make it possible for the Palestinian people to exercise their right to self-determination and to have an independent and sovereign state within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, and which will also guarantee the right of return for refugees. We reiterate our robust rejection of the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, together with the illegal policy of annexation by Israel and all of its settlement practices. We condemn the latent plans to annex Palestinian territory in the Jordan Valley and other parts of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. We urge mobilization with the coordination of the United Nations of humanitarian emergency aid to deal with the disastrous situation in Gaza, and we call upon all parties involved to facilitate the entry and distribution of this indispensable humanitarian assistance. We will continue to decisively support the State of Palestine becoming a full member of the United Nations, and we support the call of its President for the holding of an international peace conference. Mr. President, we reiterate our call for the total and unconditional withdrawal by Israel from the Syrian Golan and all other occupied Arab territories. We demand an end to foreign interference in Syria and full respect for its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as we also support the search for a peaceful and negotiated solution to the situation imposed on this sisterly Arab nation. We advocate for the preservation of the joint comprehensive plan of action with Iran, which gave precedence to the tools of multilateral diplomacy. It is regrettable that the United States has unilaterally withdrawn from the nuclear agreement that was in May of 2018, which was a clear step back and should be reconsidered as soon as possible. We support the inalienable right of all states to engage in the research, production and use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. We demand an immediate and unconditional end to the arbitrary and illegal unilateral coercive measures imposed by the United States against sovereign nations in the Middle East. We reiterate our call for an end to be put to these double standards, selectivity and political manipulation, which weakens the cause of international peace and security to the detriment of the mandate of the Security Council. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Peñalver Portal, for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Wojciech Gierlu, Undersecretary of State of Poland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank Brazil for convening this debate. Poland follows with great concern the current devastating crisis in the Middle East. At its very onset, We condemned the brutal attacks on civilians carried out by Hamas. Terrorism aiming at the civilian population cannot be tolerated under any circumstances. Suffering of the innocent is never justified. This is why we are convinced that Israel has the right to defend itself and its citizens in compliance with the international law and international humanitarian law. We are also joining all those calling for immediate and unconditional release of all hostages taken by Hamas. Poland supports all international efforts aimed at restoring peace. The international community needs to engage with regional actors to encourage and persuade all the sides to step back. It is crucial to prevent regional escalation. Poland stands ready to support any process that would help achieve a diplomatic solution to the ongoing conflict. Distinguished delegates, it is our common duty to ensure humanitarian assistance to innocent civilians in Gaza. We call for allowing access for relevant United Nations agencies and their implementing partners. We welcome the initial transfer of humanitarian aid to Gaza via the Rafah crossing. We commend the efforts of the United Nations, Egypt, Jordan, as well as other parties in this regard, and hope that other deliveries will follow. We also express our gratitude to the personnel of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, as well as that of UNRWA, bravely assisting those in need. As we can see, they prove they are ready for the ultimate sacrifice while helping others. This should remind us that the security of all those providing humanitarian assistance is critical. Excellencies, taking into account the current tragic situation, especially now, we should not leave Gaza Palestinians without support. For decades, Poland has been involved in humanitarian and development aid in the Middle East, with particular focus on Palestine and Lebanon. In face of the current crisis, it is important to continue assistance activities, and we will do so by bilateral and multilateral channels. Poland's participation in UNIFIL is a clear proof of our wider political commitment to the stabilization of the Middle East. We are determined to continue our participation in this mission. Excellencies, Poland knows very well the consequences of war, invasion, and terror, which are felt for generations. This is why we reiterate that escalation and spreading of the conflict will have devastating and long-lasting consequences. This is also why we call all the parties not to succumb to the logic of violence. We all know that the Middle East peace process has always been a fragile one, and no act of violence would bring us closer to its positive solution. We should make every effort to reach the cessation of hostilities and to return to a diplomatic path of this dispute. We remain committed to a negotiated and viable two-state solution built upon the internationally agreed parameters. Our overarching goal is the preservation of the principles of international law. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gurwil for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Elizabeth Taylor Jay, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs of Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, the conflict between Israel and Palestine is undoubtedly a source of great concern for Colombia and the whole international community. The violence that has been escalating since the 7th of October, which principally affects the civilian population, demands decisive and coordinated action to be taken here at the United Nations, and in particular in the Security Council, the supreme organ that is responsible for international peace and security. Colombia, consistent with our historic and traditional position, promotes a peaceful solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and we are also a country committed to international peace and international humanitarian law, and we emphatically reject any attack on civilian populations. the loss of thousands of human lives that we've seen in recent days, and the degradation of living conditions. Colombia would recall here the importance of respecting the principles of distinction, proportionality, and the protection of those things which are essential for the survival of the civilian population, and access to resources that are indispensable for guaranteeing life. In this regard, Colombia joins in with the voice of the Secretary General, the United Nations agencies, and the other very many voices, including those expressed in the countless demonstrations around the world that have demonstrated their repudiation of this situation. The world is crying out for a guarantee of access for humanitarian aid aimed at alleviating the suffering of the civilian population. Children, women, older persons, the sick, today, unfortunately, are the ones that are worst affected by this confrontation. Colombia urgently calls upon the Security Council to take measures in the face of the blockade, which currently is preventing the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, the entry of fuel, hospital supplies, medicines, and resources that are indispensable for essential health functions, and the generators in hospitals and the water treatment plants. These supplies need to reach all areas affected by the conflict, including the north of Gaza. Humanitarian operations must be protected and facilitated as is established in the Rome Statute. If this doesn't happen, then we're going back to the worst times of human barbarity, which were characterized by the absence of minimum rules in the conduct of war. Today, we are witness to the total disregard of international humanitarian law. This disregard is totally rejected by my country. We have always been faithful to our historic position. Excellencies, violence only causes greater suffering and increases the number of obstacles standing in the way of achieving a peaceful and sustainable solution. Mr. President, my country reiterates its call for an immediate cessation of hostilities between the parties to the conflict, and that there be a resumption of peace negotiations that will make it possible to stabilize the situation on the understanding that the conflict must be solved through dialogue and its solution must be supported in multilateral fora. In particular, the solution must unavoidably be in full accordance with the numerous resolutions of the United Nations Organization, implementing the solution of two states as established in Resolution 181-2 of the General Assembly of 1947, the vision for which was ratified by the Security Council in subsequent decisions. The international legal order must be preserved. That is the basis for peace. In order to do this, and in accordance with what was stated by the President of the Republic in their speech to the General Assembly in September, Colombia insists on the urgent need to convene as soon as possible an international conference of peace that will avoid the current conflict becoming more prolonged or geographically extended. We have to come out of this barbarity and open up space for immediate peace. That is the only way out of a conflict which has now gone on for so many decades. Excellencies, let us put an end to wars in order to protect life and save the planet. Thank you very much.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Taylor-Jay for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Aboulgate, Secretary General of the League of Arab States.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Brazil for convening this urgent meeting to discuss the serious situation in Gaza. Honestly, we believe that the credibility of the Council is at stake. What is happening today in Gaza, this war of vengeance, only aims to collectively punish millions of people whose only crime is that they live in the Gaza Strip. This is a violation of international law and international humanitarian law, which are the pillars of the international order. And the pillar of peace and security, for whom the Security Council is responsible. On the 11th of October this year, the League of Arab States has taken a clear stance towards what is transpiring in Israel and the Gaza Strip. The League condemned unequivocally the targeting and the killing of civilians on both sides. This stance was welcomed by the international community. We hope that you all would remember that this stance was taken as we are convinced of the need to respect international humanitarian law by all parties. One of the principles of international humanitarian law pertains to the distinction between armed combatants on the one hand and civilians on the other. This principle has been violated every hour and every minute by Israel in the Gaza Strip over the past 2 weeks. Although this is the principle that guarantees that humanity would not descend again into the depths of barbarism and brutality that we've seen in previous wars prior to the adoption of the Geneva Conventions. The Israeli war on civilians in Gaza must stop immediately. This is the only way to prevent a major humanitarian disaster, to prevent a massacre that, if it happened in full view of the world would never forgive itself. This is a rabid war that claims every day hundreds of lives, innocent civilians. Stopping this war is the responsibility of this council as a guarantor for international peace and security. This is a war without a clear strategy. Except for blind vengeance, it doesn't have a known time frame. We are surprised by those who are holding on to what they call the right to self-defense as a justification for the most serious atrocities. We're even more surprised by those who accept that this war is being waged outside the realm of international humanitarian law, meaning the law of war. And without any red lines, we see before us a plot being hatched before us to punish the people of Gaza, all of them, without any distinction, by bombarding their homes, starving them, depriving them of the basic necessities of life: food, water, medical treatment, fuel. We're all following with great concern that Israeli forces are still pressing the people of Gaza to leave their homes and forcibly displacing them from the north of Gaza to the south of Gaza, as if the aim was to create a humanitarian disaster, whether inside the Strip or along the borders with Egypt. This opens the door for a second wave of forced displacement of the people of Gaza, and they're all refugees as is. The world must be warned. The League of Arab States rejects forcible displacement, not only because it's a crime under Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, it is also a systematic strategy that Israel seeks to apply to liquidate the Palestinian cause. I'm fully confident that the Palestinian people is aware of this threat to their cause. And I'm confident that Arab countries in the region are also aware of this threat. But it is shameful for the world to allow any official of any state to repeat this nonsense that will not be implemented on the ground. It will just increase the fury and the bitterness and violence. Palestinians and Arabs are not going to go through a second Nakba. We hope that the world, through this council, understands this assertion. The urgent priority today is to establish a sustainable mechanism to ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid from Egypt to Gaza through the Rafah crossing, and to establish a connected supply lines to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza until calm is restored. The trucks that entered in the past few days are merely a drop in the ocean of needs. People in Gaza have been relying on 100 trucks loaded with necessities, food and medicine, daily, and I repeat, daily. I recall for the Security Council that the Palestinian-Israeli conflict did not start on the 7th of October, and the Palestinian cause is not and will not one of the tributaries of the war on terrorism. We warned, and others warned, that the situation in the occupied Palestinian territories, all occupied territories, whether in Gaza, the West Bank, or East Jerusalem, where Palestinians are living under the yoke of military occupation based on racial apartheid. This situation cannot be sustainable, cannot go on. Violence will only beget more violence and the desire to retaliate. It is time to address the root cause for the cycles of violence, ending the occupation, and establishing an independent Palestinian state along the lines of 1967 can achieve peace for all. Standing on the right side of history means, in reality and unequivocally, standing on the side of Palestinian rights and Palestinian people, and not on the side of the occupying power. I repeat, occupying power. The only formula that would preserve the dignity and freedom of the Palestinian people and safety for the Israelis is the two-state solution. I hope the current developments would compel us to think about the future, about future generations, without repeating the mistakes of the past. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abulgate for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Mr. President, Mexico has come to this meeting in the light of the critical escalation of hostilities between Israel and Hamas and the situation in the Gaza Strip, an integral part of the occupied Palestinian territory. If this conflict does not cease immediately, it may produce a disastrous humanitarian situation with immeasurable consequences that are unprecedented. We recognize and are grateful for the work undertaken by this organization under the leadership of the Secretary General, and we very much regret the loss of life of 35 workers of the organization. Mexico reiterates its robust and unequivocal condemnation of terrorism and violent extremism in all its forms and manifestations, irrespective of where, by whom and for what purposes it is committed. As this Council has stated, any act of terrorism constitutes a threat to international peace and security. My country reiterates its robust condemnation also of the terrorist attacks of the 7th of October against Israel by Hamas and other extremist organizations in Gaza that led to the loss of more than 1,400 lives. And Like the Secretary General, Mexico calls for the immediate unconditional release of the hostages that are in Hamas's custody, amongst them 2 Mexican nationals. The Israeli response, on the other hand, has led to almost 5,000 people that have died, 14,200 wounded, and incalculable damage to the civilian infrastructure. Mexico recognizes the right of Israel to protect its citizens and its territory, as well as to guarantee their security. But that has to be done in strict adherence with international law and observing the principles of necessity and proportionality that govern any use of force. We call for an immediate and lasting cessation of the hostilities in all parts of the occupied Palestinian territories, particularly the indiscriminate attacks and the violence against civilians by all parties to the conflict, and for a lifting of the siege currently being suffered by the Palestinian people in Gaza, and this in accordance with Resolution 1860. In accordance with international humanitarian law, any indiscriminate attack or directed against the civilian population under any circumstances, as well as against medical or humanitarian staff or against civilian assets or essential infrastructure, is contrary to the principle of distinction, which is applicable to all situations of armed conflict at all times and in all places. This conduct could constitute war crimes because they are serious infringements of the Geneva Conventions of 1949. Any reprisal is contrary to international law. Mexico condemns and repudiates in the most robust terms the situation that occurred in the Al-Hali hospital in the north of the Gaza Strip, as well as all the other attacks in recent days on civilian assets or installations. Therefore, it's essential that there be an independent and impartial investigation of these attacks in order to clarify the facts, determine responsibility, and ensure accountability. We welcome the entry of humanitarian assistance through the border point of Rafah, connecting Egypt to the Gaza Strip. Nevertheless, 34 deliveries that have been delivered until now are insufficient, and that is why we would call for urgent entry and uninterrupted access for humanitarian items, including water and fuel. It should also be possible for civilians to pass through this corridor between Gaza and Egypt, as well as through West Bank and East Jerusalem. Mexico is very concerned at the increase in intensity and frequency of acts of violence, military checkpoints, and attacks by Israeli settlers, and we are very alarmed about a possible military incursion by Israel to the north of Gaza. This will only worsen the situation for the civilian population. Mexico believes that it's unacceptable that the United States used its veto on the 18th of October to prevent Security Council action. The draft resolution that was proposed by Brazil was a balanced text, essentially humanitarian in nature. Since 1945, Mexico has maintained an unshakable position against the exercise of the veto, and we reiterate our call for those that have not yet done so to join the French-Mexican initiative on the restriction of the use of the veto that already has 106 signatories. Mr. President, the responsibility to renew the peace process and de-escalate the violence falls on the parties involved in the conflict. The Security Council and the international community, we have the collective responsibility to promote a political process that will promote lasting peace. We recognize also the convening by Egypt of the Peace Summit last week, and we would call upon regional actors to exercise maximum restraint and avoid a spread of the conflict. No occupation is legal, and it is always the result of the breaking of the international order in contravention of the UN Charter. There is also no right to an indefinite occupation that has already, on the ground, changed the demographic, economic, and social reality of the occupied territory and their inhabitants, leading to changes that are potentially irreversible on the ground. In accordance with international law, any acquisition of territory attained by force is null and void, and the international community has the obligation to require of the occupying power that it cease its occupation and any other acts that affect the territorial integrity of the State of Palestine, and that it adhere to pertinent resolutions of this Council. if we don't deal with the structural causes of the conflict, including the oppression and the recurrent violations of human rights, we will continue to see more cycles of violence and destruction. Mexico favors a political, comprehensive, lasting solution to the conflict under the premise of two states that will deal with the legitimate security concerns of Israel and allow for the consolidation of the Palestinian state that is politically viable and economically viable, that lives with Israel within secure and internationally recognized borders in accordance with pertinent resolutions of the United Nations. As indicated by our Foreign Affairs Minister on the 23rd of September in the General Assembly, we must recognize the right of the people of Israel, but not to the expense of the Palestinian people. Mexico, a country that has a foreign policy that is based on international law, has always and always will defend the peaceful settlement of disputes over and above threats or the use of force. That is why we will continue to support all efforts aimed at establishing a peace that is based on mutual respect and full adherence to international law. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Mexico for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, the current situation in Israel and Gaza, initiated by the heinous terrorist attacks by Hamas on the 7th of October, is extremely alarming. We strongly condemn the abhorrent and indiscriminate Hamas terrorist attacks 17 days ago. These attacks by Hamas cannot be justified under any circumstances. The Republic of Korea urges the immediate and unconditional release of all the hostages. Mr. President, we are facing the most dangerous moment of the last 5 decades in this region. Until now, more than 6,000 people, mostly civilians, have died in Israel and Gaza. The number of casualties are rapidly increasing. Innocent civilians are losing their lives. Those alive are suffering from the acute shortages of necessities, including water, food, and medical supplies. UN staff members, health workers, and journalists, none of them are safe under the current situation. All civilian lives matter, and all civilians must be protected under international humanitarian law. As such, all parties must abide by the rules under international humanitarian law. And protection of a civilian is the core pillar in this regard. Rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian aid is also essential for the survival of the civilian population and must be guaranteed under international humanitarian law. Humanitarian workers and medical personnel must be protected too. In this regard, we welcome the Secretary General's announcement on the 21st of October of initial provision of humanitarian supplies to civilians in Gaza through Rafah crossing, with additional deliveries of supplies on the 22nd and 23rd of October. We hope that enough humanitarian supplies can be constantly delivered to those in need. We highly appreciate all diplomatic efforts by major players in this region, including Egypt, the United States, to facilitate rapid, safe, and unimpeded access of humanitarian relief. Mr. President, unfortunately, the entire area is increasingly vulnerable, and we are now facing a high risk of serious spillover to other parts of the region. The level of tension in the West Bank is steadily growing, and ongoing exchange of fire across the blue line in the southern Lebanon is very worrisome. The international community must use all possible means at its disposal to prevent further exacerbation of the current situation. Mr. President, protecting civilians and preventing spillover must serve as our guiding priorities at this fragile moment. At the same time, to break the cycle of violence, we also have to renew our efforts to revive political process. We believe the sustainable peace in this region can only be achieved through sincere negotiations based on the two-state solutions with the security and dignity for both Israel and Palestine. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the representative of Liechtenstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to start my statement today by expressing our grave condolences to all the victims, both in Israel and in Palestine. The indelible scars left on all those affected must inspire us to redouble our efforts to seek peace. We thank you, Mr. President, and your team for your tireless efforts to seek consensus on a Security Council resolution last week that would have called for humanitarian pauses to allow full, rapid, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access. We were disappointed that in the end, the Council was unable to live up to its responsibility under the UN Charter due to the use of the veto. The political organs of the United Nations must not be silent in this situation, which is a tragic crisis of our collective obligation to protect civilian populations. Mr. President, Liechtenstein condemns the terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians by Hamas and other groups, and the massive violation of international humanitarian law, in particular the targeting of civilians, mass killings, abduction, and hostage-taking, among others, as well as the threat of killing of hostages. The firing of rockets from Gaza on civilian targets and the deliberate targeting of civilians are grave violations of international humanitarian law and amount to war crimes and possibly crimes against humanity. Mr. President, we affirm the right of Israel to defend itself in accordance with international law, including international humanitarian law, and in particular its principles of discrimination and proportionality. A siege of Gaza, as declared by Israeli military leaders, amounts to an act of collective punishment that violates international humanitarian law. The large numbers of civilian casualties, a very large number of them children, that have resulted in Gaza to date are unacceptable. Mr. President, for the immediate future, we must set the protection of civilians as our highest priority. International humanitarian law, including the basic principles for the protection of civilians therein, must be safeguarded at all times by all actors, and there must be accountability for their violation. We note in this respect the investigation of the International Criminal Court that has been active for almost a decade and look forward to the court's concrete action. Mr. President, the United Nations and this Council in particular have a crucial responsibility in this situation, preventing a further escalation of the Gaza war, which has already led to dangerous violence and heightened instability in the West Bank and in the wider region is one key aspect. But the peace and security that this Council is mandated to protect in this most dire of situations is fundamentally also people-centered. To this end, ensuring safe and unimpeded humanitarian access to the population in the most urgent need of assistance is crucial, in conjunction with the full respect for all relevant provisions of international humanitarian law by the conflict parties. We commend Secretary General Guterres for his leadership, and we hope that this Council will be able to live up to its responsibilities. In rising to the challenge, the Council's approach must be grounded in our shared humanity and guided by international law. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liechtenstein for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank you for organizing this meeting that is presided by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. I would also like to thank His Excellency, the Secretary General, and Mr. Tor Wensland, the Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, for their valuable briefings. We would like to align ourselves with the statement delivered by His Excellency, Dr. Ayman Safadi, on behalf of the Arab Group. Mr. President, we gather here today under difficult circumstances for the Palestinian cause. The bloody and brutal events of last week and the accompanying tensions, they warn that we are before an unprecedented situation, and the conflict could even become more dangerous with repercussions over the entire Middle East. Following the eruption of these events, the Kingdom of Morocco presided over a meeting of the League of Arab States on the 11th of October, which resulted in Resolution 8987. It called on all parties to exercise self-restraint. It reaffirmed the need to protect all civilians. It condemned the suffering of the Palestinian people, and it reaffirmed our support to the Palestinian people in their land, and we warned against any attempt to displace the Palestinian people. We also participated in the Cairo Peace Summit. We reaffirmed the need to de-escalate, to stop the bloodshed, to put an end to military attacks, to protect all civilians and not to target civilians pursuant to the principles of international law, and to allow for the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the residents of the Gaza Strip in an urgent, continuous, and sufficient manner, to reject any displacement of Palestinians from their homes. This is a threat to the national security of neighboring countries. We also stressed the need to relaunch a genuine peace process that would lead to the implementation of the two-state solution. His Majesty King Mohammed VI gave his instructions to the head of Al-Quds Committee yesterday in order to send urgent humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. These would include food, medicine, and water. We will also coordinate the delivery of this assistance with the Egyptian and Palestinian authorities. This is part of the commitment of His Majesty to the Palestinian cause. His Majesty also gave his instructions to send 2 airplanes with urgent humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. Morocco remains on the side of the Palestinian people and their legitimate rights. We support this two-state solution that would lead to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state along the lines of June 4, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, a state that is viable, that lives side by side with Israel in peace, reassurance, and security. The Kingdom of Morocco reaffirms the need to put an end to all measures that jeopardized the legal and historic status of the Holy City in order to serve peace and stability, so that this conflict does not turn from a political conflict to a religious conflict that would have dangerous repercussions on all. Jerusalem must remain a land and a symbol of peaceful coexistence for all 3 religions. We must reaffirm the need to respect others. Following the Jerusalem call that was signed by His Majesty the King and His Holiness Pope Francis on the 30th of March 2019. In conclusion, I would like to recall the content of the letter sent by His Majesty the King on the 12th of February 2023 to those who participated in the Cairo Peace Summit. We believe that peace in the Middle East is a strategic option. Therefore, the Kingdom of Morocco will continue to make every possible effort. We will use our relations with all parties and international actors in order to contribute to any international effort to relaunch the dialogue and negotiation process, as this is the only way to put an end to the conflict, to achieve security, stability, and prosperity to the Middle East. End of quote. Therefore, the Kingdom of Morocco will remain ready to coordinate with all partners in order to engage in any international efforts that would end the current tragic situation in Gaza. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Morocco for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
Thank you to Brazil for organising today's debate, and thank you also to Secretary-General Guterres, Special Coordinator Venezuelan, and Deputy Special Coordinator Hastings for their briefings. President, even as this Council convenes, the deadly violence and bloodshed in Israel and Palestine persists. By day's end, more civilians will have tragically and needlessly lost their lives, some of them infants and children. It is intolerable to see civilians continue to suffer disproportionately as innocent victims of this conflict. New Zealand condemns absolutely Hamas's terrorist attacks on Israel. We are appalled by their brutality, their targeting of civilians, and the taking of hostages, which are clear violations of international law. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We support Israel's right to defend itself in full compliance with international law, including in respect of actions taken in Gaza. Ultimately, though, there is no military solution that will bring about a just and lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians. The protection of civilians and delivery of humanitarian assistance is the most urgent priority. New Zealand joins calls for a humanitarian pause to provide neutral, impartial, and independent humanitarian organisations an opportunity to provide assistance and protection to those in Gaza who desperately need it. President, when New Zealand last served on the UN Security Council in 2015-2016, we championed Resolution 2286, which demands greater protection for healthcare in armed conflict, including hospitals and medical personnel. Healthcare facilities must never be used for military purposes or be the object of attack. We're deeply concerned about the significant flows of internally displaced persons. Their safety and security must be protected. We call for the establishment of designated safe areas that are strictly off limits as targets and/or for military use, and also call for humanitarian corridors to ensure the vital assistance reaches where it is most needed. We expect Israel and Hamas to act in accordance with international humanitarian law, which imposes obligations upon all parties engaged in armed conflict. Israel also has an obligation under international humanitarian law, particularly the Fourth Geneva Convention, to provide basic needs for civilians in Gaza, including food, water, energy, and shelter, and to facilitate humanitarian aid. These legal obligations cannot be dispensed with in times of conflict. New Zealand urges all parties, including Israel and Egypt, to rapidly facilitate access for the delivery of urgent humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza through the Rafah border crossing. The volume of aid arriving in Gaza must significantly increase from recent levels. For our part, New Zealand is supporting humanitarian appeals for populations in Gaza, the West Bank, and Israel. We stand ready to increase our support in coming weeks. We deeply regret that the Security Council has been unable to adopt a resolution and discharge its responsibilities, its duties under the Charter. As UN Secretary-General Guterres has said, we must ensure we advance all efforts to avoid any regional spillover to the wider Middle East. We welcome all opportunities to urgently de-escalate hostilities, including initiatives by the UN and other countries in the region and beyond. This is not a time for political posturing or for using the conflict to advance any cause except bringing peace and security to Israel, Gaza, and the wider region. It is a time for de-escalation. Finally, New Zealand remains committed to a two-state solution which envisions an independent state of Palestine living in peace and security alongside the state of Israel. A new political horizon is essential. We call on the international community to take urgent action to advance the Middle East peace process. Without it, the armed conflict may eventually cease, but there will be no winners. We will never be free of the violence, the loss of innocent lives, the hatred, the anti-Semitism, and the Islamophobia that has erupted in Israel the occupied Palestinian territories and around the world since 7 October. As the UN Secretary-General has said, too many lives and the fate of the entire region hang in the balance. We cannot afford to fail. We must act now. Thank you.
I thank the representative of New Zealand for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for this opportunity to participate in this open debate to signal the importance that we attach to this issue. We'd like to thank the Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process and the Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process and Resident Coordinator of the United Nations in the occupied Palestinian territory. I will be reading an extract from my speech. The full version will be published. Chile promotes the solution of two states and the right of Israel and Palestine to live in harmony within internationally secure and recognized borders in full respect for human rights of all its inhabitants. This solution, nevertheless, is far from becoming a reality, and it's taken on a whole new dimension following the terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October and the indiscriminate response of the State of Israel on the civilian population that lives in the Gaza Strip. Chile unreservedly condemns the actions of Hamas and all terrorist acts of violence and hostilities against a civilian population. That is why we also call for the unconditional release of all hostages in the hands of the terrorist organization, ensuring their well-being and treatment in accordance with international law. In the same way, Chile is profoundly concerned to see the military operation in Gaza, the exercise of force as part of legitimate defense of a state that has been attacked, must be guided by the principles of proportionality, distinction, and precaution. Nevertheless, it seems that these things are not being respected. Since the 7th of October, public infrastructure, civilian housing, education and health centers have been bombed, leading to the loss of hundreds of lives. One out of every 3 are children. And there's been the Israeli blockade of the Gaza Strip, preventing the entry of food, water, and medical supplies and energy. All of these are essential for human existence. And the evacuation from the north of Gaza, that is an exercise of forced displacement of the population. These are a series of facts that are an infringement of the provisions of international humanitarian law and human rights. Mr. President, with regard to the Palestinian people, Chile has had a permanent position over time. We support the right of the Palestinian people to establish their sovereign state set out in Resolutions 181 of 1947 and 242 of 1967 of the General Assembly. We would urgently call for the implementation also of Resolution 2334 of the Security Council that was approved on the 23rd of December 2016, where it reaffirms, amongst other paragraphs, that the establishment of settlements by Israel on occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, has no legal validity and constitutes a flagrant violation of international law. In the same way, we have progressively advanced in our recognition of Palestine as a political entity. In 1998, we established a representation office to the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah. Together with other countries of the region, we recognized the state of Palestine also in 2011. We have to recognize that the situation in Gaza has been preceded by a series of reported crimes that Chile has referred to in various multilateral fora. Amongst these, apart from those that have already been mentioned, are forced displacement, the withdrawal of residence permits, the arbitrary detention of Palestinians, including girls and boys, and the imposition of an intricate system of checkpoints. Mr. President, it is with great sorrow that we see what is happening, and there is a moral imperative of humanity supported by international humanitarian law to contribute to a cessation of indiscriminate attacks against the civilian population. And in this, Chile has and always will continue to speak clearly and consistently in bilateral and multilateral fora, seeking mechanisms of cooperation with other states in order to create the conditions for a comprehensive agreement that will make its contribution to putting an end to the conflict. Thank you.
Of Chile for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Pakistan thanks the Brazilian presidency for convening this urgent high-level debate of the Security Council. We thank the Secretary General, the Special Coordinator, and the Deputy Special Coordinator for their briefings. Mr. President, I would like to first convey to Foreign Minister Maliki of Palestine the full support and solidarity of the government and people of Pakistan with our Palestinian brothers and sisters in these tragic and challenging times. Israel's relentless and indiscriminate bombardment of Gaza over the past 17 days has killed over 5,000 Palestinian children, women, and men, and injured another 15,000. An Israeli general has declared that Israel's attacks this time will be, and I quote, massive and destructive, unquote. Pakistan strongly and unequivocally condemns Israeli airstrikes and military action in Gaza, particularly the attacks on schools and residential buildings and even hospitals, such as the Ali Baptist Hospital, where hundreds of sick and injured civilians have been killed. These Israeli attacks on civilians, civilian objects and infrastructure, the blockade of water, food and fuel, as well as the forced transfer of people from the occupied territory, are flagrant violations of international humanitarian law and amount to war crimes. Those responsible for these atrocity crimes must be held accountable. Mr. President, Pakistan calls for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. Continuation of the Israeli campaign in the Gaza will lead to further massive civilian casualties and could trigger a wider and more dangerous conflict. We regret that the Security Council has been unable to issue a call for a ceasefire. A heavy responsibility rests on those who contribute to the prolongation of this conflict. We commend the role played by Egypt and the United Nations agencies in facilitating the delivery of some humanitarian assistance through the Rafah border crossing, including the relief items provided by Pakistan. But this is not enough. We hope that a sustainable pipeline of life-saving humanitarian assistance, including water, fuel, food, and medicines, will be established for the besieged people of Gaza. Mr. President, the displacement of the Palestinian people of Gaza is another violation of international humanitarian law. The Council must reject Israel's attempts to displace the Gazans within or outside Gaza. Mr. President, any attempt to create a false equivalence between Israel, the occupying power, and the Palestinians, the victims of this occupation, is untenable, legally, morally, and politically. Pakistan condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Yet, under international law, the struggle of peoples living under foreign occupation for self-determination and national liberation is legitimate and cannot be equated with terrorism. It is the suppression of this struggle which is illegal. Throughout history, colonial powers have portrayed national liberation movements as terrorism. Some in this Council have offered protection to their allies who are oppressing occupied peoples in Palestine and in Kashmir. Under the UN Charter, states have the right of self-defense against attacks on their sovereignty and territorial integrity. Yet, a state which is in forcible occupation of a foreign territory cannot invoke the right to self-defense against those whose territory it has illegally occupied. Mr. President, the perpetuation of Israeli occupation will not bring peace to the Holy Land. Durable peace will emerge from the internationally agreed two-state solution and from the creation of a secure, viable, contiguous, and sovereign state of Palestine on the basis of the pre-June 1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Brazil for organizing this important open debate and all briefers for their information. We have listened very carefully to the debate today. Thailand is deeply concerned over the escalation of hostilities and violence in the Middle East caused by the unprecedented developments in Israel and Gaza. We hope that the Security Council will continue its efforts to take action to addressing this urgent situation, which has had great humanitarian consequences, and towards achieving peace in the Middle East. In the meantime, we look forward to further consideration and action on this issue at the resumed emergency special session of the UN General Assembly this week. The heightened hostilities and the scale and scope of violence have claimed thousands of innocent lives, with many more injured and displaced. These include children, women, the elderly, and the sick. The massive and escalating use of force have destroyed their livelihoods and communities. Because of the detrimental impact on civilians, we oppose the withholding of access to basic necessities, such as water, food, electricity, and fuel, as weapons of war. We also oppose the targeting of critical civilian infrastructure. Thailand offers our deepest condolences to everyone who lost their lives and their bereaved families. Our deepest sympathies are extended to all those who are suffering. We are also victims. Thai citizens have been killed and injured. We are deeply concerned for the safety of Thai nationals, as well as those captured and held hostage. We strongly appeal for their immediate release and safe return. Thailand condemns in the strongest terms all forms of violence and attacks on civilians in conflict situations, including capturing and taking them hostage. Thailand urges all sides to respect and fulfill their obligations under international humanitarian law and to ensure the safety and dignity of civilians in conflict situations. The protection of innocent lives and civilians must be a priority at all times. As the situation escalates, the most urgent concern is for all civilians who have been affected. Unimpeded access to humanitarian assistance must be ensured. We appeal to the international community to continue to mobilize humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza to ensure that they have access to basic necessities, including safe and clean water, food, and medical care. Thailand joins in the call for all sides to take immediate steps to prevent the escalation of violence and implement an immediate ceasefire. We appeal all sides to seek all avenues to resolve the current situation and work towards a long-term peace through diplomacy. We also urge the Security Council to do its utmost to restore peace and security in the region in accordance with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Thailand will continue to support the UN and the international community in any way we can to de-escalate the situation. We reaffirm our support for genuine dialogue with a view to finding a mutually agreed peaceful solution to the issue, in accordance with the two-state solution, by which the states of Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace and security within secure and recognized borders, consistent with relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Thailand for their statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس نشكركم على عقد هذا الاجتماع الهام.
Thank you, President, for convening this very important meeting, and we welcome the presence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil this morning. We'd like to thank the Secretary General and the Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process and the Deputy Coordinator, and we align ourselves with the statement made by Jordan on behalf of the Arab Group. President, it is with extreme concern that Qatar has been following the dangerous developments in the Gaza Strip, and we call for once again on all parties to address the crisis and achieve a complete ceasefire. We call for the immediate release of all hostages, particularly civilians, and guarantee the delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza and to open humanitarian corridors to deliver humanitarian assistance. We reaffirm our condemnation of all forms of attacks against civilians, particularly against children and women, and we reject categorically the blockade imposed by Israel, the occupying force, on the Gaza Strip. This has deprived 2.3 million people, including children, of their basic needs and necessities, including water, electricity, food, inter alia. And this is at a time when Israeli bombardments have led to more than 5 million Gazan victims, 1,000 women and 1 million children, and it is 1,000 women and 1,000 children. It is unacceptable to exploit this conflict as for a policy of collective punishment of Israel against the brotherly people of Palestine, including forced displacement and obliging those living in Gaza to move within the country or to other countries, which is a grave violation of international law. We reaffirm that the expansion of Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip includes civilian targets, including hospitals, schools, and residences, and this is a dangerous escalation of the situation, which will have negative effects on regional stability. This is a grave violation of international law and the relevant resolutions of the Security Council. The State of Qatar has on many occasions over recent months expressed caution regarding the intensification of Israel's policies, including attempts to change the historic status quo and geographical status quo of the holy sites, the repeated incursions into the Al-Aqsa Mosque and settlement policies and annexation of lands, destruction of houses of Palestinians, as well as arbitrary measures against Israeli detainees. And it's important. They reaffirmed it's important to cooperate to put a stop to this violence and to avoid the danger of a spillover of violence where the people of the region will pay the price for this. President, over the last 2 weeks, the State of Qatar has extended appeals and made tireless diplomatic efforts at the highest level with a number of leaders and representatives of the regions, with capitals and other stakeholders on an international and regional level. I'm sure you know that the State of Qatar really believes in mediation and dialogue for a peaceful resolution of conflicts. Thus, we keep channels of communication open with all parties, which has led to success stories in Qatari mediation. And thanks to the mediation of Qatar, the number of hostages that have been released from the Gaza Strip in recent days. And we continue and increase our efforts with our brotherly, friendly states and international partners to achieve this. Thus, the State of Qatar strongly rejects the words of Israel this morning. Israel spoke about politicization of humanitarian support provided by Qatar to civilians in Gaza. Israel gave a false image of the mediation efforts of Qatar, efforts which were welcomed by all brotherly and friendly countries and the United Nations and international partners. There are many people who commended the mediation efforts of the State of Qatar and its role here. Support provided by the State of Qatar to civilians in Gaza covers humanitarian support and development support through UN channels. And this is part of our humanitarian and moral obligation towards the brotherly Palestinian people. This is also to respond to the appeals from international partners who called on the State of Qatar to play a leading role to achieve stability in the interest of Gaza and countries of the region. We reaffirm that Qatar will continue its humanitarian efforts to protect the lives of all people in this catastrophic crisis in Gaza. We reiterate, President, the importance of facilitating the delivery of humanitarian assistance immediately and safely, without restriction, to all those who need it. The UN's role should be strengthened, as well as that of international organizations, to address humanitarian issues that are urgent. We also welcome the essential role played by Egypt, and we commend the efforts of the UN Secretary-General and of other international organizations, including OCHA and UNRWA. Here, we wish to state that Qatar is providing urgent assistance, sending aeroplanes carrying humanitarian assistance to the Arish airport in Egypt in recent days, to then be transported to Gaza. This is in addition to the constant humanitarian assistance that Qatar is providing to improve the standards of living, the dire standards of living in Gaza because of the blockade imposed for 17 days. As a proof, they've created residences, health infrastructure, and as well as financial support to UNRWA to try not to let hope of peace, security and stability die. President, it is deplorable that the Security Council has not been able to adopt a resolution to put an end to this crisis, and we still hope that the Council will shoulder its responsibility under the UN Charter regarding the maintenance of international peace and security. In recent times, the Security Council has heard different appeals that reaffirm the fact that incomplete solutions lead to this spiral of violence. And we are seeing a new spiral of violence, which confirms once again that the only way of achieving lasting peace in the region is to find a just and lasting solution to the Palestinian question in line with the Arab Initiative and the two-state solution, which includes the creation of an independent state of Palestine within the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, and the enjoyment of the Palestinian people of all of their rights, the inalienable rights. And this requires a comprehensive approach to the question of peace in the Middle East. To conclude, President, we believe that peace is still possible even in the current circumstances, and we call on all stakeholders in the international community to turn this catastrophe into a motivation to renew our tireless efforts to address this issue in a just, sustainable and equitable way. Thank you very much, President.
I thank the representative of Qatar for their statement. There are still 40 speakers inscribed on the list. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the collars of the microphones will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 4 minutes. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Sheikh Nyang, Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People.
Mr. President, the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People thanks Brazil for its presidency of the Security Council this month and expresses appreciation for the briefing of Mr. Tor Wensland, the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process. The committee also commends Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his tireless efforts to address the crisis we are facing. Over the years, we have repeatedly warned that the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, was unsustainable. Without a political horizon and in the context of relentless human rights violation, the deterioration of the situation and escalation become inevitable. Yet the Security Council remains unable to bring a halt to the bloodshed and to protect civilian lives, as regrettably witnessed with the veto last week. On 7 October, I issued a statement condemning the killing and wounding of hundreds of civilians in Israel. We also condemned the taking of hostages. We welcome the recent release of 4 captives and thank Qatar and Egypt for their efforts to descend. I further call for the release of all captives as well as
of all political prisoners. On 17 October, the Bureau of the Committee issued a statement that inter alia condemned the killing and wounding of thousands of civilians and targeting and widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure in the Gaza Strip. Israel, the occupying power, bears responsibility for protecting the civilian population and for the unfolding humanitarian disaster. Everyone repeatedly warned about the risks of explosion because Israel's 16-year-old illegal blockade on Gaza has transformed the Strip into an open-air prison and impoverished the population. We strongly condemn Israel's reprisal airstrikes and bombardment on the densely populated Gaza Strip, killing as of 23 October over 5,087 Palestinians, including women, and over 2,055 children, and injuring more than 15,000 Palestinians. Thousands of others are said to remain under the rubble of their destroyed homes. Particularly abhorrent war crimes are attacks on medical facilities like the Al-Hali Anglican Hospital in Gaza Street, where an airstrike killed some 500 people, including children, women, men, and medical personnel, or places of worship sheltering civilians, as the attack on the Greek Orthodox St. Porphyrius Church, killing and wounding dozens. And it is estimated by UN OCHA that over 1.4 million Palestinians in Gaza have been displaced. The committee further condemns Israel's military orders for Palestinians in northern Gaza to evacuate to the south of the Strip because there is nowhere safe to go in Gaza. Forced transfer of people is a grave breach of international law. We second the call by the SG and UN agencies for Israel to rescind the evacuation order. We cannot stand by and watch another Nakba being inflicted on the Palestinian people. Mr. President, wars have rules which this organization, this body must work for, to uphold and ensure compliance with always. Collective punishment, denial of humanitarian assistance, military attacks on homes, hospitals, places of worship, schools, and facilities where civilians seek refuge are violations of international humanitarian law. We call for an immediate ceasefire. Israel must immediately lift its total siege of Gaza and allow food, water, electricity, medical, and other life-saving supplies, as the deliberate denial is tantamount to collective punishment of the 2-3 million Palestinians living in Gaza, half of whom are children. We commend Egypt for facilitating the entry of crucial humanitarian aid into Gaza through the Rafah crossing, and urge Israel to allow an unimpeded flow of assistance. Similarly, we praise Egypt's convening of the Cairo International Summit for Peace in the Middle East on the 21st of October. We need more, not less, dialogue. UNRWA reported losing 35 staff members killed by Israel's bombings. Its facilities are sheltering over 600,000 internally displaced persons, while its life-saving supplies are dwindling. The agency has called for $104 million in emergency support. We call on all member states to provide urgent financial assistance to UNRWA and to continue strongly supporting its indispensable mission. We regret that the situation in the OPT, in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is also rapidly deteriorating, with 91 Palestinians, including over 20 children, killed since the 7th of October by Israeli occupying forces and settlers. The committee welcomes the decision by the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the OPT, including East Jerusalem and Israel, to collect evidence of war crimes committed by all sides since 7th October 2023. It also joins the call for the International Criminal Court to launch a fact-finding mission to investigate violations of international humanitarian law. There must be accountability for all human rights violations and international law breaches perpetrated in the OPT, including East Jerusalem. Mr. President, the current crisis has proved once again the centrality of the Palestinian question to the Middle East and global stability. While we are absorbed by the immediate need of securing a ceasefire and providing desperately needed humanitarian assistance, we must emphasize that there is no military solution to this conflict. We need to focus on our long-standing objectives, the end of the Israeli occupation, and the fulfillment of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including to self-determination and independence. There are the pillars of a just and lasting peace. I appeal to the Security Council and to all member states to overcome divisions and to act now to stop the bloodshed and protect the Palestinian people. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and for the delivery of urgent and unimpeded humanitarian assistance to all those in need. Lastly, the committee reiterates its appeals for serious international efforts leading to the sovereignty and independence of the State of Palestine on the basis of the 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions, and providing a just solution for the plight of the Palestinian refugees. This, and not bloodshed, is the only path for a just and lasting resolution of the question of Palestine, as well as for peace in the Middle East. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Nyang for his statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Guatemala.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, President. We face a time of deep sadness and pain for all humanity. We wish to express our most sincere condolences for the numerous victims and our solidarity with their families. We demand that the hostages be released. These hostages include babies, children, women, and elderly persons. This Council cannot forget that the crisis that we currently face was triggered by the atrocious terrorist attacks of the Hamas group on 7 October, which have deeply affected Israelis and Palestinians alike, as well as persons of other nationalities, causing death, damage, suffering and destruction, as well as a humanitarian situation of enormous proportions. Guatemala reiterates its vehement rejection of the terrorist attacks committed by Hamas against the State of Israel and its civilian population. Hamas confuses the Palestinian cause with justification for terrorism, which is a grave moral and strategic error for the Palestinian cause and for the efforts which have been made at the international level to achieve peace in the territory. We also condemn the terrorist attacks by Hezbollah against Israel, which violate the resolution establishing the Blue Line and the border between Lebanon and Israel, and have claimed civilian lives once again, Israelis and Palestinians alike. Now more than ever, we must remember the words of Golda Meir. If pro-Palestinian groups put their arms down today, there would be no more violence. But if Israelis put their arms down today, there would be no more State of Israel. President, the lack of recognition by this Council of the right of the State of Israel to self-defense and self-preservation, as well as to defend its population, is not a way of finding dialogue, peace and security in the region or the world, and puts all of humanity at risk. This Council should act to reduce polarization and disincentivize hate speech. The only way to do that is to unite against terrorism, clearly and unequivocally condemning the actions of Hamas and other terrorist organizations with violent extremist ideologies, demanding furthermore that they cease their practices of placing terrorist arsenals and infrastructures in the basements of hospitals, schools and religious buildings. This is counter to the protection of civilians, using them as human shields. Against the backdrop of the catastrophic situation which has resulted, we are pleased to hear that humanitarian aid is now getting through. We would urge for these pauses to be sped up, but at the same time to be careful and ensure that they are not unduly used by terrorist groups to commit fresh acts affecting the civilian population and thus further worsening the disastrous situation. For the Security Council to effectively exercise its responsibility to prevent and solve conflicts affecting the international peace and security, balanced resolutions must be adopted, which take account of all of the elements of a given situation, including in this case the State of Israel's legitimate right to self-defense and self-preservation of the Israeli people. I thank you, President.
Thank the representative of Guatemala for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Mr. President, October 7th, 2023 is a day that will be forever emblazoned in our hearts. Young women and men, nursing babies, mothers, fathers, grandparents, all killed with a cruelty that knew no limits. They were killed for one reason: because they were Jews. Acts of unspeakable terror, yet speak of it we must, were slaughtered in their innocence for one reason: because they were Jews. And in too many places, those deaths were not condemned, even today, even in this council chamber. In some, they were celebrated. In too many, they were denied. No context, no false equivalence can possibly justify this terrible atrocity. We thank you, Mr. President, for the way that Brazil's presidency of the Council has given the terrorist atrocity by Hamas on October 7th and their tragic impact on human life and dignity, as well as the peace and security in the region, the attention that these issues so richly deserve. We must stand united in recognizing the horror of the massacres of October 7th, 2023, and yes, in full support of peace for both Israelis and Palestinians who deserve to live in security with dignity and without fear. Canada is unequivocal in our support for Israel's right to defend itself. No state, no one in this room, no state could possibly fail to respond to the nature of the attack that was suffered on that day. Not one of us, in all honesty, can look in the mirror and say our governments would not respond. All has to be done in accordance with international law. But Israel has another right that all of us have as well: the right to mourn, to comfort the afflicted, to honor each of the 1,400 killed. Yes, as do the Palestinians and all those who are losing loved ones in this terrible conflict. As has been said by others, even wars have rules. Counterterrorism measures must comply with all obligations under international law. The duty to protect civilians applies to each and every one of us. We continue to demand that Hamas release all hostages. The taking and holding of hostages is an ongoing war crime. It must stop, and it can stop today. We'd like to recognize the leadership that's been demonstrated by so many partners in seeking to reduce the fallout and civilian loss of life. This includes the tireless diplomacy by our friends in the United States, an important regional gathering by Egypt, critical negotiations led by Qatar, and the active engagement of so many ministers today, as invited by Brazil as chair. In all of these settings, we have shared our grave concerns for the humanitarian situation in Gaza, which continues to deteriorate. We welcome the agreements that have been reached between Israel and Egypt to enable the start of crossings into Gaza, but in order to prevent a deeper catastrophe for Palestinian civilians in Gaza, we must all do more. Earlier today, my Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, stated that Canada supports humanitarian pauses in order to protect civilians, to get more humanitarian assistance in, and to get foreign nationals out of Gaza. Thus far, Canada has committed $60 million in humanitarian assistance. It will go to trusted partners, including UN agencies, to address the urgent needs of the most vulnerable civilians in this crisis. Monsieur le Président.
President, It's essential that this conflict does not become any worse or expand into the neighbouring region. Iran's rhetoric supporting Hamas, declarations made by the terrorist group Hezbollah, and the launching of missiles by actors in Yemen and Lebanon are incendiary and deeply troubling. We are deeply concerned by ongoing actions of Iran and groups which this Council has classified as terrorists. They aim to destabilise peace and security in the Middle East. The atrocities of 7 October have once again reminded the world that anti-Semitism is not an artifact of the past, but a daily reality experienced by too many Jewish communities around the world. My country last week appointed the former Secretary General Special Representative for the UN Support Mission in Afghanistan, Ms. Deborah Lyons, as our new Special Envoy to preserve the memory of the Holocaust and the fight against anti-Semitism. She works alongside Amira Al-Baghawabi, the Special Representative of Canada for the fight against Islamophobia. These two women will work together to respond to the growing dangers of hatred in all of its forms. Canada firmly supports the Israeli and Palestinian peoples in their rights to live in peace, security, with dignity and without fear. Now more than ever, we remain firmly attached to a two-state solution. There can be no peace in the Middle East without a viable political perspective which makes it possible to make that perspective a reality.
Does not believe for a moment that Hamas represents the Palestinian people. Palestinians and Israelis, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and the followers of all faiths, let those who are united in suffering be joined together in the search for peace. If I can paraphrase a famous poem by Shakespeare, Israelis and Palestinians all have hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions. They are fed with the same food. They are hurt with the same weapons. They are subject to the same diseases. They are healed by the same means. They are warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as all of us are. They mourn when their children and loved ones die. They aspire to freedom, and they seek security. They share trauma and pain and sadness. May they all find truth, justice, and reconciliation. On this day, UN Day, let us seek together to finally end the scourge of war between Israel and the State of Palestine. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Canada for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Mr. President, I thank Brazil for convening this open debate. The topic under the agenda is highly significant, and the timing of this session is also exceptionally sensitive. We are witnessing appalling, brutal massacre, atrocities, and the collective punishment of the Palestinian population in Gaza in clear violation of international humanitarian law. The terrorist attack on Al Ahli Arab Hospital resulting in killing of more than 500 innocent civilians, including women and children, can only be described as a heinous war crime. Mr. President, as it was underlined by the UN Secretary General in today's briefing, Palestinian anti-occupation on the 7th of October was not conducted in a vacuum. For decades, Palestinians have suffered a painful history of occupation, aggression, discrimination, and imposition of apartheid policies by the Israeli regime. Despite the overwhelming support from the vast majority of UN member states, as evidenced by numerous General Assembly resolutions affirming the Palestinian nation's right to self-determination, the Security Council has faced significant obstacles in taking decisive actions. The primary impediment to such action has been unwavering support of the United States, which has exercised its veto power on more than 40 resolutions within the Council. The Council inaction and unfortunately emboldened the Israeli occupying regime, resulting in the perpetration of even more egregious crimes. Mr. President, the inalienable right of the Palestinians, including the right to self-determination and right of return, persistently face denial and grave violation by the Israeli occupying regime. The international community, along with the Security Council, carries both moral and legal obligation to require immediate action. Their commitment should be intensified to provide comprehensive protection for Palestinians, which includes stopping Israeli military aggression, establishing an immediate ceasefire, ensuring unimpeded humanitarian access, reopening the Rafah border crossing, and facilitating the swift delivery of essential supplies to Gaza. Mr. President, today, the U.S. Secretary of State once again attempts to wrongly place the blame on Iran. Iran categorically rejects these groundless allegations. Our commitment to the regional peace and stability remains unwavering. Iran aligned with the international community in endorsing the call for an immediate ceasefire and a cessation of Israeli relentless military aggression, as well as imperative to halt the forced displacement of over 1 million people from Gaza. The United States' unwavering support for the occupation and aggression has rendered it an active part of the problem. The U.S. has further exacerbated the conflict by overtly aligning itself with the aggressor at the expense of the innocent Palestinian population. The rapid provision of military and logistical support to the oppressive occupying regime thus made the U.S. complicit in the brutal massacre of innocent Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, it is regrettable that today at this chamber, the United States, Canada, and certain Western states attempt to shift the blame from the wrongdoer to the victim. They equate the self-defense and right of self-determination of Palestinian people with terrorism, attempting to grant the occupying regime Israel an unjust right to self-defense. The international law is clear on this matter. There is no provision for an occupying regime to invoke the right to self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter. But international law and the UN Charter indeed recognize the legitimate right to self-determination as well as the right to self-defense for Palestinian people, including resistance groups like Hamas, in their struggle against Israeli occupation and military aggression. Iran continues to fully support the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. Our commitment is to stand with Palestinian aspiration until the occupation is ended. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Iran for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council. I also recognize the representative of Putin's regime in the permanent seat of the Soviet Union. He represents the aggressor that denies the right of my country to exist, that terrorizes and kills our people, kidnaps children, rapes women, and takes hostages. I don't think that I should continue with the list of such crimes after they have been mentioned for hours in this chamber in the overwhelming majority of interventions that condemned terrorism. I would like to continue, however, by thanking Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Tor Wennesland, and Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Lynn Hastings, for their briefings. It has been 18 days that the hostilities in the Middle East region, provoked by the brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks of Hamas across Israel, continue. In this regard, we firmly support Israel in its right to defend itself in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. There is no justification for any types of terror in the modern world, and Ukraine reconfirms its strong condemnation of Hamas attacks that killed and wounded several thousand people, including citizens of Ukraine. We also condemn the practice of hostage-taking, the practice that Ukraine has also suffered in its liberation war against Russia, and we demand immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. This terror not only targets human lives today, it also aims at to undermine the prospects of peaceful future for two peoples, as there will be no place for such structures as Hamas in such a future. That's why Hamas has plunged the region into hostilities. That's why its militants embed themselves in the civilian population and use civilians as human shield. We strongly condemn this shameful practice. Ukrainians feel deeply the pain of war. We convey our condolences to the families of victims and wish a speedy recovery to those injured at Al-Ahil Hospital. It's now critically important to avoid further increase in the number of civilian casualties both in Israel and Palestine. We urge to strictly abide by the rules of warfare and respect the norms of international humanitarian law. Every possible precaution must be taken to minimize harm to civilians. Ukraine is convinced that humanitarian support and access must be maintained into Gaza to enable essential aid, water, food, and medicines to reach civilians. Also, all hostages must be released immediately. Mr. President, it's also clear that we must avoid further escalation of any conflict in the region. The Middle East peace process remains the basis of any efforts aimed at restoring regional stability and security. Ukraine has consistently supported the implementation of the principle of two states, Israel and Palestine, which will live side by side in peace and security, and advocates the settlement of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict with the help of political and diplomatic means. We are confident that a just, comprehensive, and sustainable peace in the Middle East can be realized within the framework of unconditional implementation by the parties of relevant UN Security Council resolutions and other international agreements. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Namibia.
Mr. President, thank you for giving me the floor to address this agenda item. Namibia aligns itself with the statements made by the representative of Senegal on behalf of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, on which Namibia serves as a vice president. My delegation is grateful for the comprehensive briefings by the Special Coordinator for the Middle East process, Mr. Tor Wennesland, and his deputy, Ms. Lynn Hastings. Mr. President, for the past 17 days, the world has watched in horror the unprecedented escalation of violence, brutality, indiscriminate killing, and wanton destruction of livelihoods and property to catastrophic levels in the conflict in the Middle East. This has resulted in carnage and a dire humanitarian situation that deteriorates by the hour. Namibia condemns the violence and brutal loss of lives and extends condolences to the loved ones, relatives, and friends of all who have lost their lives in these horrific conditions. As the world, in particular, the relatives of victims on both sides of this carnage, look to the United Nations, especially the Security Council, It is in the hope that it will fulfill the mission for which it was established nearly 80 years ago, to take responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. The failure by the Security Council to act in these grave circumstances is not only disappointing, but in its own way affirms that there are significant inconsistencies in our application of the UN Charter. Equally, our commitment to international law, human rights, and international human rights law has become increasingly perceptive and is applied selectively, given that despite the nearly 80-year-long conflict between Palestine and Israel, there is still a refusal to acknowledge the prolonged occupation, settlement expansion, and annexation as the root cause behind the current crisis. While we have heard arguments around the legitimacy of Israeli security concerns, these can be juxtaposed with the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. UN reports give credence to the fact that there is a tendency to use policies that justify territorial expansion and security concerns as a pretext to justify collective punishment against an entire population. The use of indiscriminate and disproportionate force against innocent civilians, including children, should be where we draw the line. Anything short of this is a tacit affirmation that might is right. The alarming escalation in tension and violence over several decades, and specifically in 2023, demonstrates the urgent need to address the root causes of the conflict without only confining ourselves to 7 October as a reference point, as this conflict predates this fateful day. Israel continues to employ policies and practices that are contrary to relevant Security Council resolutions, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law. As immediate causes of action, Namibia calls for an immediate cessation of this brutal conflict. Namibia condemns the abhorrent attacks on civilians and strongly believes the state of siege and the military onslaught with the stated objective to obliterate lives in the Gaza Strip amounts to a genocide in violation of the Geneva Conventions and its protocols, and the international community cannot afford to be indifferent in the face of this human catastrophe that is unfolding. Attempts to enforce a mass displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip is deplorable and must be condemned with the contempt it deserves. These attempts to forcibly transfer Palestinians out of Gaza will only create an even bigger humanitarian crisis. Additionally, it is imperative that humanitarian access is provided to enable the delivery of immediate humanitarian assistance commensurate to the needs of the civilians in Gaza. We advocate for conditions to be created for mediation and dialogue. Our own experience has taught us the value of multi-pronged approaches to pursuing liberation, while appreciating the diplomatic efforts being advanced by players from the region and beyond. We wish to caution that war starts where diplomacy fails. A ceasefire is necessary to create conducive conditions for and to build trust to support the safe release of hostages and reinvigorate the peace process. Finally, Mr. President, Namibia reaffirms our resolute support for the legitimate struggle of the Palestinian people against Israeli occupation, the exercise of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and independence with East Jerusalem as their capital through political, diplomatic, peaceful, and non-violent means. It is only through legally established statehood that social normalcy, legal equality, economic opportunity, and sustainable development can be realized. We therefore call for the urgent and unconditional implementation of long-standing resolutions and decisions in support of a two-state solution as the only viable plan by which both the peoples of Palestine and Israel can live side by side in peace and security. To have endured 75 years of oppression, suffering, instability, insecurity, and occupation is inhumane. This must end, Now is the time. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Namibia for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We fully endorse the utmost concern of the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and the entire international community about further aggravation of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict with a shockingly high death toll and no ceasefire in sight. Apart from endless tragedy for people of Israel and Palestine, the conflict escalates further tensions at all levels that lead to destabilization of the entire region and beyond. Kazakhstan condemns the attacks by Hamas against civilians in Israel and the capture of hostages, including foreigners. We support the call of the United Nations Secretary General on immediate and unconditional release of hostages and ensure the unimpeded access to humanitarian aid. As the President of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, stated at the CIS summit in Bishkek, Kyrgyz Republic on 13th of October, I quote, "Challenges that have not been finding their solutions for decades cannot be resolved by terrorist actions. There is no justification," end of quote. While fully recognizing the legitimate right of Tel Aviv on security and defense, we call on Israel to refrain from a disproportionate use of force, leading to numerous victims among the civilian population of the Gaza Strip and the destruction of civil infrastructure, leveling it to the ground. In this situation, it is crucial to comply with the norms of international law and implement the relevant resolutions of the UN Security Council, which secure the legal rights of the Palestinian people. Violence leads to counter-violence and inevitably causes tragic consequences for two states, for the Middle East, and for the entire world. Kazakhstan expresses solidarity with those who appeal to Israel to revoke the fixed time frame to evacuate the residents from the north of the Gaza Strip and to ensure protection of civilians who should not become hostages of the conflict and victims of collective punishment. In this regard, Kazakhstan calls on all parties to immediate ceasefire and focus efforts on achieving peaceful resolution based on stability and security for all residents of the region according to this two-state solution, the only viable option for a durable peace that should be reached by dialogue in full conformity with the United Nations Charter and relevant Security Council resolutions. In view of the above, Kazakhstan calls on the revival of dialogue between all sides of conflict, accompanied by new measures for improving the humanitarian situation of the population of Gaza, with a view to build confidence and reduce further threats. We reiterate the most urgent need to supporting UNRWA in its critical action in mitigating the deteriorating situation in Gaza and promoting long-term stability and development in the area. In conclusion, Kazakhstan stands ready to join every collective mediation effort, especially that of calling on both Israel and Palestinian leaders to demonstrate political goodwill so that both sides can live in peace, security, progress and prosperity, the long-cherished goals for both nations and for all of us. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malaysia.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this important debate. Thanks also to the briefers for their updates. Malaysia aligns itself with the statements made by the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, the OIC, and NAM. We express our deepest condolences to families of those who have died in the ongoing hostilities, including among the UN staff. We salute the courage and commitment of UNRWA staff and other humanitarian workers who continue to serve in Gaza. Mr. President, Gaza has been described as the world's largest open-air prison. Indeed, the people of Gaza have endured much hardship, but the scale of the current Israeli onslaught has shocked us all. The ongoing continuous pummeling of Gaza has turned the place into a humanitarian catastrophe indescribable in its magnitude. And it will get worse. It will get worse if this council continues to be in paralysis, if it continues to be an arena for one-upmanship, blame game, and finger-pointing. Since the assaults of Gaza began, more than 5,000 innocent civilians have been killed, including more than 2,000 children. How many more innocent civilians have to die How many more children have to be orphaned, killed, or maimed before this Council decides that enough is enough? Mr. President, the Council must act urgently and decisively. The killings of innocent civilians must stop. We must ensure that civilians as well as civilian infrastructures are being protected in accordance with all applicable international laws. Malaysia joins others in demanding for an immediate ceasefire. This is absolutely vital to stop further loss of life and for the necessary humanitarian work to be carried out. We also call for the unhindered and unfettered humanitarian access so that aid can reach everyone in need, anywhere in Gaza. It is important to include fuel, which is crucial to keep the hospitals and ambulances running, the water clean, and food cooking. Malaysia also opposes the forced displacement of the Gazan population. It is against international law. In reality, there is no safe place in Gaza at the moment. Mr. President, the horrors of the war have fueled anger among people all over. Tensions are rising in the West Bank. The area has already recorded the highest number of yearly casualties. The dangerous ramifications of this conflict, if it continues to escalate, cannot be overstated. The options before this Council are stark. Act now and save lives, or continue to dither and let more innocent lives being killed. Malaysia thus reiterates its call for the Security Council to take a united, effective, and urgent action for the sake of humanity. Failure of the Council to act would also further erode the already dwindling trust and confidence in multilateralism. It would only confirm the hypocrisy, double standard, and unequal treatments. We cannot afford this, especially when we are already struggling to build solidarity to tackle climate change and SDGs. Mr. President, the vicious cycle of violence must end. More than half of the population of Gaza are children and youth. They deserve hope for their future, not gloom and despair. Malaysia remains steadfast in its conviction that lasting peace can only be achieved through establishment of a free and independent state of Palestine, the two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malaysia for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening this open debate, and I also wish to thank the briefers for their contributions early today. Mr. President, the present situation in the Middle East and the response over the past weeks is an indication that the Security Council needs to be constructive, deliberate, and sincere in its approach to its work and actions. The world is counting on the Council, and it must not renege in fulfilling its mandate. Sierra Leone unequivocally condemns in the strongest terms the undefendable heinous attack against Israeli civilians by Hamas on 7th October 2023. Sierra Leone also equally condemns in the strongest terms the taking of hostages by Hamas and calls for their immediate and unconditional release. Since the 7th October attacks, we have noted with grave concern the escalation of the violence, particularly the response by Israel. In noting the existence of the right of self-defense in the Charter of the United Nations, which is available to all states, we are of the firm view that any response must be in line with international law, in particular, international humanitarian law, human rights, and other relevant legal norms. We therefore unequivocally condemn attacks on civilians and civilian objects. In this regard, we also condemn in the strongest terms the heinous attack on the Al-Ali Baptist Hospital in the Gaza Strip, which is totally unacceptable. We support the call for an investigation into the matter. As we urge for timely investigations, Sierra Leone calls on accountability mechanisms to be fully engaged to preserve any evidence of violations of international law to ensure accountability. We deeply sympathize with the families of the victims of regrettable recent escalation of violence and the ongoing occupation. While we can only offer our deepest sympathies at this stage, United Nations Security Council can act and must act. Mr. President, as we welcome the diplomatic engagements that have led to the flow of limited humanitarian aid into Gaza, Sierra Leone is gravely concerned about the ever-deteriorating humanitarian situation with the simultaneous escalation of the violence. The deteriorating humanitarian situation and the inability of UNRWA to provide adequate humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza owing to the indiscriminate bombardment necessitates a humanitarian ceasefire and the establishment of humanitarian corridors for the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians. The humanitarian ceasefire must indeed ensure full, speedy, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access for United Nations humanitarian agencies and implementing partners. Sierra Leone joins the strong call for the provision of unrestricted and adequate essential goods and services to civilians, including electricity, water, fuel, food, and medical supplies. This is only in compliance with international humanitarian law to ensure the survival of civilians. Mr. President, we note with concern the danger of a spillover of the current crisis in the Middle East region. If consolidated action is not taken, a spillover will compound the existing fragile situation in the region. Regrettably, the region is marked by mass displacement and unimaginable humanitarian crisis and insecurity and loss of civilian lives. With this recent escalation, we are fully convinced that it is only genuine dialogue and negotiations based on the two-state solution that will guarantee a lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. In closing, Sierra Leone hereby calls for concerted efforts to explore diplomatic and political avenues geared towards finding a peaceful, just, and lasting solution to this conflict. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Philippines.
I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for convening today's open debate. We highly appreciate the insights shared by the distinguished briefers. The Philippines notes with grave concern the recent escalation of hostilities in the Middle East. We condemn the killings, terrorist attacks, and other acts of violence by Hamas that took place in Israel on October 7, 2023, and in this regard, acknowledge the right of Israel to self-defense in accordance with the UN Charter. We mourn the loss of innocent lives and extend our sympathies to all affected civilians in Israel and the Palestinian territories. We deeply regret the violations of international humanitarian law, which has imperiled the safety of civilian populations. The ongoing conflict, profoundly rooted in decades of tensions, grievances, and complexities, deeply concerns us with its broad and profound impact on countless innocent civilians, including Filipino nationals and their families. Joining the call of the international community, the Philippines strongly urges the swift release of all hostages. We call for the end of the taking and detainment of individuals, particularly women and children. We reiterate our plea to the international community to come together and provide essential humanitarian aid and support to the affected. More importantly, we urge all concerned to immediately put in place urgent solutions that would prevent the conflict from further escalating, spreading, and protracting. The Philippines supports the efforts of the United Nations to deliver urgent humanitarian assistance and essential supplies to Palestinian civilians caught in the midst of conflict in the Gaza Strip. We commend UNRWA, UNOCHA, and other UN agencies for their efforts and sacrifice amidst these challenging times. The Philippines lends its full support to calls for ensuring the safety of civilians seeking refuge in UNRWA premises across Gaza. We welcome the opening of a humanitarian corridor with Egypt. It is important that the UN humanitarian system be supported and is enabled to respond to the scale of the needs of the affected populations in a predictable and sustainable manner. We are also hopeful for a solution to be reached in the soonest possible time in order for the Rafah crossing to start receiving foreign nationals, including Filipinos still in Gaza. We also continue to support UN peacekeeping missions in the region. We believe that the multilateral approach is crucial in addressing this crisis and preventing further escalation. The Philippines urges the Security Council to endorse and support coordinated efforts with UN entities for the safe evacuation and protection of migrants in conflict zones. We earnestly appeal to all parties involved to cooperate in safeguarding their security. With approximately 30,000 Filipino nationals in Israel and a further 130 in Gaza, their safety and well-being remain paramount to us. Reaffirming our position, the Philippines firmly supports a two-state solution consistently aligned with past international agreements and relevant UN resolutions. Both Israelis and Palestinians deserve a future where their rights, aspirations, and security are recognized and upheld. This enduring Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains a pivotal determinant for the peace and stability of the region. A lasting resolution can only be achieved through comprehensive dialogues and negotiations, anchored firmly in international law. The Philippines ardently urges all parties to elevate dialogue as the primary tool for a peaceful and lasting resolution. Mr. President, the Philippines underscores the urgency of peace and stability in the region. The Security Council, through prompt action, has the crucial task to bridge divides and champion the path to peace. Lives are being lost. We must persevere to make diplomacy prevail. Now is the time for decisive and unified action. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Philippines for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Kuwait.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, and congratulate your friendly state on your presidency of the Council during the current month. And we wish you all the success in leading the work of the Security Council towards promoting the status of international law in alignment with the principles and values enshrined in the UN Charter. We support this in light of the serious situation we have witnessed throughout the past days. Today we meet while tragic developments are taking place suffered by our sisters and brothers, the Palestinian people. These developments hold serious implications for the peace and stability in the region and, in fact, the entire world. What we witness today in terms of serious escalation of military operations carried out by the Israeli occupying forces against our brethren, the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, in addition to the collective punishment they are suffering through the targeting of unarmed civilians by continued airstrikes, leading to thousands of innocent victims, including women, children, and men, as well as the continued targeting of basic services and the cutting off of electricity, water, food, fuel, and the calls for forced displacement of the Gaza Strip's residents is a matter unaccepted by religion or law or human nature. Members of the international community, the current events do not require regular statements that we have listened to time and time again. I quote Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, that your friend is one who is honest with you and not one who believes you. Today, I address a number of my friends, the ambassadors of member states of the Security Council, whether permanent members or elected members. My friends, listen to me as someone who brings you advice, someone who does not want from their words anything but uniting behind the application of law equally without selectivity or double standard. You have failed, my friends, and this council has failed to take an honest position and clear position vis-à-vis the continued violations faced by the civilian unarmed Palestinian people. This council was the safe refuge for small states, peace-loving states. And I speak of personal experience that I have lived. This council was the UN organ that has returned legitimacy and the law to a small state in size, big in its giving, such as my country, the state of Kuwait, when we were invaded in 1990. What is the message that you are sending today? What are the principles that you are enshrining in the minds of future generations? Have we reached a stage where geopolitical issues have become paper for trade-offs to limit humanitarian suffering? Have we reached such an ugly stage of the history of this organization where we no longer care that it is clear that some states are above the law and that there are different degrees of civilians as per their nationalities? Do not empty this council of its substance, and do not deviate its path, and do not undermine its role. Fulfill the trust, fulfill the responsibility as best as you can. This is your role, and it's not out of your kindness. Sisters and brothers, Kuwait's solidarity with the Palestinian people in defending its just cause and their legitimate rights is a firm position and is a principled position. We reiterate our call for complete and comprehensive peace based on what has been agreed in terms of resolutions in this council and as per the Arab Peace Initiative of 2002. Until an independent, sovereign Palestinian state is established with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of June 4th, 1967. I say it confidently and transparently. There will be no peace, no security, no safety, except after the end of the occupation. The state of Kuwait reiterates the importance of an immediate ceasefire and an end to the Israeli war and its crimes against the Gaza Strip and the escalation in the Strip and around the Strip. We emphasize the need to work with the international community for immediate and urgent action to achieve this as per international law. We call on the international community to support the resilience of the Palestinian people and their continued presence in its territory and to resist any attempt to displace them and to further exacerbate the issue of refugees. On the basis of a comprehensive settlement of the conflict that addresses all final settlement issues as per international law and references that we all know and know by heart. However, many continue to ignore these references. The state of Kuwait also calls for collective resistance to any attempt to shift the crisis to neighboring countries. My dear sisters and brothers in Palestine, your rights upon us are huge. We owe you. Despite everything we do, we have not done enough. The state of Kuwait has been a pioneer in supporting you and supporting your just cause and your legitimate demands, politically, humanly, and morally. I am honored to reiterate what has been announced of an air bridge carrying tens of tons of humanitarian assistance as per decrees by His Highness the Emir Sheikh Nawaf Al Ahmed Al Sabah and through direct instructions from the Crown Prince. May God preserve them. In conclusion, to my sons and daughters of the upcoming generations, I tell you in pride and honesty, the political leadership, the government, and the people of Kuwait, everyone, the young before the old, carry your cause in their hearts, and we seek inspiration from your resilience. We will not forget you so long as we live. And we will not waver in support for you. And the geopolitical changes will not affect us. Your cause is just, and your pursuit is just, and your aspirations are legitimate. The state of Kuwait has been and will remain a voice of truth and a voice of justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Kuwait for their statement. There are still 29 speakers inscribed on the list. I wish to ask all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. I now give the floor to the representative of Lebanon.
Mr. President, we witness for more than 2 weeks a war that is void of any respect for the most basic norms of international law and international humanitarian law. It is also void of the most basic human principles. There is no law or doctrine that justifies the killing, the systemic killing of a population that lives in an open-air prison for more than a half a century. Mr. President, the blockade in the Gaza Strip and the cutting off of all needs for survival, including water, electricity, communications, healthcare, medicine, and the prevention of humanitarian aid and the shelling of critical infrastructure and civilian objects, as well as hospitals and houses of worship, and indiscriminate killing children, women, and older persons, and patients and journalists, and that has no mercy and no distinction between a humanitarian worker who is trying to alleviate the suffering, or a journalist trying to report on the truth, or a doctor trying to heal the wounds, or a volunteer in the Red Cross who's trying to mitigate the suffering, or a UN staff member who is implementing resolutions. In speaking of resolutions, Mr. President, we regret to tell you that they have been disregarded completely and ignored by the Israeli occupying forces, who have ignored the UN Charter and international human rights law and international humanitarian law. In other words, it has ignored all relevant instruments and customs. The arrogant Israelis have even not responded to the repeated calls of the UN Secretary General because they do not believe in this organization and do not believe in peace. Mr. President, the Arab states have accepted peace in a united position in 2002 through a Saudi initiative proposed by His Majesty King Abdullah in the Beirut summit on clear basis that are fair and comprehensive, that grant the Palestinian people the right to build their state and restore their stolen land. But unfortunately, the killed person has accepted, but the murderer has not. Mr. President, the head of government and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and all officials in Lebanon are carrying out communications and exerting every effort to dissociate Lebanon from this conflict and this bloody conflict. and we emphasize that Lebanon never desired a war or pursued a war. Our goal is to preserve the calm on our borders because we want to protect Lebanon and the Lebanese, and we are committed to Resolution 1701 and all relevant resolutions. While the Israelis are issuing statements on a daily basis and threats to return Lebanon to the Stone Age and to crush its people, in addition to daily attacks by Israel against Lebanon, its territory, and its people by air, sea, and water. It is a daily provocation for every citizen who cares for their security. While Lebanon addresses these aggressive statements by the highest degree of self-restraint in respect of international law and out of a desire to maintain stability. Lebanon highly appreciates the important role of the UN mission, the UNIFIL, through coordination with the Lebanese army to de-escalate and to preserve stability. We express our gratitude to the UNIFIL and its leadership and the contributing countries. Mr. President, I warn against the desperate Israeli government that has continued its illegal settlements in recent months and continued its violations of holy sites that are Christian and is Muslim and has attacked worshippers. I warn against measures that engulf the entire region in a blazing fire that will be hard to extinguish. We cannot search for peace in another area. We must begin by an immediate and urgent ceasefire and deliver humanitarian assistance and lift the blockade and protect civilians and focus our efforts on the root of the conflict. There will be no peace in the region without a settlement of the Palestinian question and without the establishment of a Palestinian state on the borders of June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, as well as the withdrawal of Israel from all occupied Arab territories in Lebanon, Palestine, and Syria. And without such a political settlement, and in light of the continued war against Gaza, and in light of the inability of Western countries to curb the Israeli desire to blindly avenge itself, the expanded conflict will continue and will affect the entire Middle East. Therefore, we warn against the implications of this conflict, not only for the security of our region, but as well as Europe in specific and the world in general. Mr. President, the use of incendiary weapons by Israel, which leaves lasting impact on humans and on the environment, is proof that Israel is continuing to commit prohibited acts. The shelling of innocent civilians, like what we've seen at Al Ahli Hospital, is another piece of evidence. Its targeting of Lebanese journalists and foreign journalists who work on Lebanese territory, and the death of the Lebanese journalist Issam Abdallah and the injury of others, in addition to the killing of 13 journalists in Gaza, is proof of its policy to suppress freedoms. Mr. President, we say it once again. Lebanon is committed to international law and the UN Charter and UN Security Council resolutions. Lebanon was never an aggressor. It has always been a victim of aggression by Israel since the 60s of last century. The best proof of this is the record of daily Israeli violations documented with your August Council. In the year 2000, Lebanon succeeded in liberating a large portion of its territory. However, Israel has maintained parts of Lebanon under its occupation in Sheba Farms and Kafr Shuba Hills and the outskirts of Mari town, so that this area can remain tense, and so that Israel can have an argument to continue its aggression. We categorically emphasize that there is an occupation in the Mari and not a military presence. Mr. President, mistaken is the person who thinks that the massacres and violations in Gaza and on the borders of Lebanon will distract us from the existential issue represented by the displaced persons in Lebanon. Syrian refugees is a national priority that enjoys consensus among everyone in Lebanon. There is one cry in Lebanon. We want a roadmap leading to a sustained settlement through cooperation with the international community. Lebanon cannot continue with the stalemate in this issue. We are faced with two choices. One says there can be no return before a political settlement, and the other says that a return requires a minimum level of reconstruction. Mr. President, Lebanon is fully prepared to cooperate with the United Nations to work together hand in hand to find the appropriate solution that respects the law and protects a dignified return of Syrians to their home, while taking into consideration the minimum requirement for such a return that maintains the dignity of the returnees. Lebanon has fulfilled its moral obligation towards a brethren people suffering a crisis, but today, with the end of battles, many of the refugees can return without issue. Mr. President, we call on you, and through you, call on the members of the Security Council, permanent members and elected members, because the investment in the peace and the security and stability of Lebanon is a national, regional, European and international interest. No one can just give us assistance. There is a common interest in our security and to prevent our collapse, not an economic collapse or a social or a collapse in terms of security and the military. The security of Lebanon is part of the security of the region and Europe and the world. When Lebanon and the Middle East is affected, the infection reaches Europe and the entire world. Lebanon issues this cry, not towards our sisters and brothers, the refugees. They are suffering injustice just like us, but we issue this cry because we can no longer carry the burden of asylum or refugees or displacement or attackers. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Lebanon for their statement, and then I'll give the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, Vietnam is gravely concerned about the ongoing escalation of tensions and conflicts in the Middle East, especially the disproportionate civilian casualties. We regret that the Security Council has not yet been able to take any concrete action to address the situation. Vietnam unequivocally condemns all indiscriminate attacks on civilians and critical civilians infrastructure. We call for an immediate ceasefire. All violence must stop now. International law and international humanitarian law must be fully complied with. All necessary measures to protect civilians must be deployed, including the immediate, unconditional, and safe release of all hostages. Critical infrastructure must be protected and accessible for the civilian population in accordance with Security Council Resolution 2573. Vietnam calls upon the international community, particularly all concerning parties, to create favorable conditions for the cessation of hostilities, the resumption of dialogue and negotiations, and to allow for timely and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian relief to those in need while ensuring the safety of humanitarian workers. Vietnam welcomes and supports mediation and reconciliation efforts by the United Nations and its member states, as well as by regional and international organizations. It is essential that all parties contribute actively and constructively to these efforts to achieve a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict. In this regard, we call for the revival of the Middle East Quartet peace process. At the same time, we call for an immediate end of any provocative actions that fuel violence and animosity between both sides. This includes halting the expansion of settlements in the West Bank, demolition of homes
and expulsion of the Palestinian people. The status quo of holy sites in Jerusalem must also be upheld. In the long run, no ceasefire can be sustained without addressing the root causes of this protracted conflict. The ongoing round of violence underscores the urgency of a comprehensive solution. There can be no sustainable peace until the two-state solution is realized, in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions, which includes the establishment of the State of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital and borders based on the pre-1967 lines. Finally, Mr. President, it is our hope that the Council can work together to take swift and decisive action to de-escalate tensions, protect civilians, and put an end to hostilities, and to fulfill its mandate and primary responsibility in maintaining international peace and security. We, member states, have entrusted the Council to act on our behalf. It is now the Council's duty to carry out this urgent task. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Vietnam for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Iraq.
شكرا جزيلا السيد الرئيس على جهود.
Thank you, Mr. President, for holding this meeting and for your sincere efforts. We extend our thanks to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, Mr. Vieira, for presiding over this meeting this morning. We also express our appreciation for the opportunity for the delegation of Iraq to present its viewpoint vis-à-vis the question of Palestine and the recent events in the occupied Palestinian territory. We also welcome Mr. Guterres, the UN Secretary General, for his briefing and participation in this meeting. We also value the briefing by Mr. Wundsland and Ms. Lynn Hastings. We also align ourselves with the statement by the permanent representative of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan on behalf of the Arab group. Mr. President, the Palestinian people in Gaza, as the world watches, is subjected to systematic, intended, and explicitly declared genocide by the Israeli occupation forces that target civilians in residential buildings, compounds, houses of worship, and hospitals. This is in addition to the systematic violation of human rights and imposing blockade, starvation, cutting of power, water, and food. This in addition to bombardment that claimed thousands of innocent lives, women, children, and the elderly. This in addition to enforced displacement. The carnage and crime of the Baptist Hospital is proof of the brutal acts by the Israeli occupation forces. It is a continuation of a pattern of crimes perpetrated over 7 decades against the people of Palestine. We recall that these crimes and these violations are either overlooked, unfortunately, by the international community or are subject of scores of international resolutions ignored by the Israeli occupation forces. They are not implemented, followed up upon, and there are no binding mechanisms for their implementation. This has emboldened the occupation forces to continue to commit crimes without any deterrence and under false pretexts, and they run counter to international law and the Charter and international conventions. Our participation in this meeting is not just to denounce, reject, and condemn these violations and crimes by Israel against defenseless Palestinians, but to reiterate our previous demands and principal positions. And most of the countries do share these with us. We condemn in the strongest terms all these crimes, and we demand that the international community, particularly the Security Council, to shoulder its legal, moral, and humanitarian responsibility to maintain international peace and security, to put an end to these brutal acts and continued violations of international law and IHL and all international and humanitarian instruments and norms pertaining to the protection of civilians. There needs to be accountability vis-à-vis these crimes. We also call upon the Council to steer away from selectivity and to take urgent measures to follow up on its decisions and to work towards immediate ceasefire and to open border crossings, allowing the entry of humanitarian and relief deliveries, ending the blockade of Gaza, and ending displacement and the building of settlements, demographic change, and the demolition of Palestinian homes and confiscation of land and property, and the displacement of indigenous Palestinians, as well as ending the arrests, raids, and the desecration of the houses of worship and the holy sites, including Al-Aqsa Mosque. These were all reason for such a reaction by the Palestinian people resisting occupation and defending their freedom and dignity. We call for ensuring safe and comprehensive exchange. We call for the establishment of a fund for the reconstruction of what has been destroyed by the Israeli forces in Gaza. The silence of the international community and the destruction and the number of those killed are all a test of the international order and international law to prove their credibility as they call for humanitarian values, justice, freedom, and ending racial discrimination, slavery, and for the right to self-determination, and to seriously look into the deplorable situation of the occupied territories. These practices of the Israeli entity are the cause and source of instability in the region, and they threaten regional peace and security and international peace and security. In closing, we reiterate our principled position in support of the question of Palestine and the fair Palestinian cause, and we stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people so that they would attain their rights in accordance with international legitimacy resolutions and the right to self-determination and their independent state with Jerusalem as its capital.
I thank the representative of Iraq for their statement, and now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Olof Skog, head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I speak on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, and respecting your strong plea, I will present an abbreviated statement. Our full statement will be available on our website. I wanted to thank the Secretary General and the UN briefers and the UN staff for their valiant and tireless efforts in a difficult situation. Mr. President, our thoughts today are with all the innocent victims, Israelis, Palestinians, citizens from many other countries, as well as staff members of the UN and other humanitarian organizations. We commend all humanitarians who continue their invaluable work under dire circumstances and at great sacrifice. There is no justification for terror. The European Union has condemned in the strongest possible terms Hamas's brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks across Israel. We call on Hamas to immediately release all hostages without any precondition. Human suffering cannot be a bargaining chip. We've also strongly emphasized Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law, including international humanitarian law, particularly the Geneva Conventions, in the face of such violent and indiscriminate attacks. Mr. President, international humanitarian law is clear. Protection of all civilians must be ensured by all parties to the conflict. We condemn all acts directed against civilians, and we call for their protection, especially of children, and urge the parties to exercise restraint and remind them of their obligations under the universal principles of international humanitarian law. We call for the protection of medical facilities, schools, and UN premises, as well as other infrastructure meant to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. All civilian infrastructure must be protected. President, the UN has been clear. The catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza is about to reach a breaking point. We need to prevent an even bigger human catastrophe. The civilian population is in desperate need of food, water, fuel, electricity, and medical care, as well as safe shelter. Access to these necessities must be urgently restored. This is why the EU supports the Secretary General's call for safe, full, and unimpeded access throughout Gaza and a sustained effort to deliver vital, life-saving assistance to the vulnerable population. What is needed now is the establishment of humanitarian corridors and pauses to ensure the release of hostages and to allow the safe passage to Gaza of relief supplies and humanitarian personnel in conditions of full protection, while ensuring that such assistance is not abused by terrorist organizations, but ends up in the hands of those in need. We welcome the opening of the Rafah crossing. It is crucial that the delivery of assistance is ramped up to meet the high level of needs. The provision of urgent humanitarian assistance is vital, and the EU, together with our partners, is ready to continue supporting those civilians most in need in Gaza. The EU has already stepped up its emergency assistance to the Palestinian people, tripling it to a total amount of over 75 million euros to support civilians in need, and triggered the full activation of the EU integrated political crisis response to ensure fast and coordinated humanitarian response. Individually, EU member states have also increased their financial support. The EU has also launched an EU humanitarian air bridge with flights to Egypt to bring life-saving supplies to humanitarian organizations on the ground in Gaza. It is also essential to allow citizens of third countries to leave Gaza. We call on all sides to allow safe passage for those who wish to leave Gaza and return to safety in their home countries. Mr. President, it is crucial to prevent regional escalation, including a deterioration of the situation in the West Bank. The EU is actively discussing with partners and key stakeholders, and we call on regional actors to refrain from any action that can further aggravate the situation. We underline once again the need to engage broadly with the Palestinian Authority, the Israeli authorities, as well as regional and international partners who could have a positive role to play in preventing further escalation. We welcome the cooperation of regional actors aimed at opening humanitarian access to Gaza. And we remain committed to a lasting and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution and the relevant resolutions of the Security Council through a reinvigorated efforts in the Middle East peace process, including the Peace Day effort. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Olaf Skog for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Argentina.
Thank you very much, President. Argentina thinks that it is a priority to avoid a worsening of the confrontations between Israel and the Gaza Strip. Equally, we must make every effort to ensure that the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip does not become worse and to ensure that humanitarian assistance reaches those who need it. It is fundamental for the civilian population to be protected, regardless of nationality. Hamas must release the hostages immediately and unconditionally. My country adds its voice to the calls directed to achieving a sustainable ceasefire. Argentina shares the international community's concern around the escalating violence in the Middle East. We condemn terrorism in all of its forms and manifestations and think that terrorist acts are unacceptable, cannot be justified in any way, and must be deplored by the international community as a whole. Against this backdrop, I wish to reiterate emphatically and unequivocally, as my government did on the 7th of October, Argentina's firm condemnation of the terrorist acts perpetrated by Hamas against Israel. Argentina demands the immediate and unconditional release of the hostages of all nationalities. Argentinian citizens are amongst them. Their well-being is in the hands of those who have taken them hostage. My government recognises the right of Israel to legitimate defence and to protect its population in accordance with the UN Charter. The civilian population must be protected in all circumstances in accordance with international law. Experience in the Middle East indicates that hospitals, schools and UN facilities are the places where civilians turn most frequently for refuge. These institutions must be respected without exception. Any attack against them is a violation of international humanitarian law. Argentina condemns the attack against the Al Ali Arab Hospital, located in the north of the Gaza Strip, which caused hundreds of deaths and injured. The humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip, as has been witnessed by various UN agencies, is catastrophic. The Palestinian population resident in Gaza should have access to essential public services in order to meet their fundamental needs. It is essential for humanitarian corridors to be opened and to be safe so that international aid can reach those who need it as swiftly as possible. In this framework, we welcome the reopening of the Rafah border crossing so that humanitarian aid can reach Gaza. We hope that this will be a first step towards sustained provision of essential supplies in a safe way and without obstacles. Argentina is willing to cooperate with international humanitarian efforts via the White Helmets Humanitarian Agency, and in this regard we have notified both to Israel and to the Palestinians our willingness to help. My country is worried by the increasing tension on the borders of Israel with Syria and Lebanon, which could lead to a further deterioration of stability in the region. That is why we make a call to all parties to avoid an escalation in the confrontation which would have unpredictable consequences. Argentina has confirmed that there is no military solution or any solution imposed by terrorist attacks when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict. On the contrary, it is only through good faith negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians and on the basis of the two-state vision, living side by side in peace and security within secure and internationally recognized borders, that we will be able to achieve a definitive peace in the region. President, the United Nations and the international community as a whole must renew its commitment to an agenda of peace in the Middle East. The risks from inaction are more than obvious, and we have witnessed them with horror in recent days. The Security Council and the General Assembly have a responsibility under the United Nations Charter and should bear that responsibility. The credibility of the UN system is at stake. Equally, the international community cannot lose sight of the fact that the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip will need significant international aid, sustained aid, to rebuild basic infrastructure, dwellings and buildings that have been destroyed. Thousands of people have died since the start of this crisis. Therefore, before concluding, and on behalf of the people and the government of Argentina, I wish to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of the victims, be they Israelis, Palestinians, or of other nationalities. Argentina, as it has done in the past, will continue to support all efforts and initiatives towards peace that benefit the peoples of Palestine and Israel and all the peoples of the Middle East. I thank you, President.
I thank the representative of Argentina for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Mr. President, I would like to thank you for organizing this open debate on Middle East today, which comes at a crucial time. India is deeply concerned at the deteriorating security situation and large-scale loss of civilian lives in the ongoing conflict. The mounting humanitarian crisis is equally alarming. The escalation of hostilities in the region has only exacerbated the dire humanitarian situation and has once again underscored the fragile nature of the ceasefire. The 7th October terror attacks in Israel were shocking, and we condemn them unequivocally. Our Prime Minister was one of the first global leaders to have conveyed his condolences for the loss of lives and prayers for the innocent victims and their families. We stood in solidarity with Israel at their moment of crisis when they were facing these terror attacks. Mr. President, we have also expressed deep shock at the tragic loss of lives at the Al-Hali Hospital in Gaza, where several hundreds of civilian casualties have occurred and thousands injured. Our heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims and prayers for speedy recovery of the injured. Our Prime Minister clearly spelled out that those involved must be held responsible. Civilian casualties in the ongoing conflict are a matter of serious and continuing concern. All parties must protect civilians, especially women and children. The unfolding humanitarian crisis needs to be addressed. We welcome the efforts of the international community for de-escalation and delivery of humanitarian goods to the people of Gaza. India has sent 38 tons of humanitarian goods, including medicines and equipment, to the people of Palestine. We also urge the parties to work towards creating conditions necessary for peace and for restarting of direct negotiations, including through de-escalation and eschewing violence. Mr. President, India has always supported a negotiated two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine issue, leading to the establishment of a sovereign, independent, and viable state of Palestine, living within secure and recognized borders side by side in peace with Israel, taking into account the legitimate security concerns of Israel. Towards this, we reiterate the need for an early resumption of direct peace negotiations. We also continue to support the Palestinian people through our bilateral development partnership, which covers a wide range of sectors, including health, education, women's empowerment, entrepreneurship, and information technology. We are also supporting grassroots Palestinian institutions in their developmental initiatives. We have supported UNRWA over decades for its humanitarian services. In these challenging times, India will continue to send humanitarian assistance to the people of Palestine. Mr. President, current escalation has once again underscored the need for immediate resumption of credible direct negotiations between Israel and Palestine. Every effort must be made to create conducive conditions for resumption of these talks. We welcome all efforts of regional and global players aimed towards restoring normalcy. To conclude, let me reaffirm India's firm commitment to achieving a just, peaceful, and lasting solution to the Israel-Palestine issue. Mr. President, before I end, there was a remark of habitual nature by one delegation referring to union territories that are integral and inalienable part of my country. I would treat these remarks with contempt they deserve and not dignify them with a response in the interest of time. I thank you.
I thank the representative of India for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
President, these are extremely challenging times for Palestinians, Israelis, and the entire Middle East. Norway has strongly condemned Hamas' heinous terrorist attacks, killing more than 1,000 Israeli civilians and taking more than 200 hostages. All hostages in Gaza must be released immediately and unconditionally. Israel has the right to self-defense, but such measures must be necessary and proportionate. All military operations must be in line with international humanitarian law. This includes taking all feasible measures to prevent civilian casualties and reduce damage. President, the news we are receiving about the humanitarian conditions inside Gaza is horrifying. This cannot go on. Water, electricity, food, medicine have practically been cut off. We welcome that the first trucks with humanitarian aid have entered Gaza, but far more is needed. Humanitarian access must be dramatically improved and sustained. Norway has joined the call for a humanitarian pause in the fighting to facilitate this. Most urgently, water and electricity supply must be turned back on and fuel allowed in. International humanitarian law applies to all parties of the conflict. To quote the Secretary General, even war has rules. The taking of hostages, as well as any use of civilians as human shields, is absolutely prohibited. The denial of access to food, water, and health care for the civilian population cannot be used as a war strategy. As chair of the AHLC donor group for Palestine, we are continuously assessing how we can bring the donor community together to discuss the significant needs faced by the Palestinians, both inside and outside of Gaza. Since the start of this crisis, we have increased our support to Palestine with an additional 130 million Norwegian kroner, including to UNRWA for its indispensable work. Norway encourages all donors to continue and increase their support. This is not the time to cease the support to the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian people. President, Norway is deeply concerned about the spread of the conflict. The consequences of a further escalation of violence in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, as well as in the broader Middle East region, would be devastating. When we move out of the rubble of this terrible crisis, we need to go back to the table to establish a political horizon for solving the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. Despite the challenges, a sovereign, independent, and contiguous Palestinian state living side by side with Israel with borders based on the 1967 lines, remains the best and most sustainable path to a peace that would benefit both peoples. We must look beyond this war and beyond the logic of weapons. In the long run, only a negotiated two-state solution would provide the framework for a wealth of new opportunities for increased cooperation, security, stability, and integration in the Middle East. We are at a critical and dangerous juncture. The civilian population is paying an intolerable price for this conflict. We must do everything we can to avoid further escalation of human suffering. Today is the UN Day. Allow me, therefore, in closing, to pay my respects to the UNRWA personnel who have lost their lives in Gaza, and to express our gratitude to the many UN personnel who continue to carry out their important work in the most difficult and dangerous of circumstances. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Venezuela.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, President. For years, we have witnessed the systematic and brutal Israeli military aggression against the Palestinian people. For years, we have denounced the policies of racial domination, oppression, colonial occupation, and apartheid imposed by the occupying power. For years, we have denounced the mass violation of human rights and collective punishments, war crimes, and crimes against humanity committed day in, day out by Israel. For years, we have denounced the growing policy of settlement and annexation, of displacement, destruction of homes, and transfer of colonists. For years, we have been warning about the need to put an end to incendiary discourse which foments fanatical groups and, amongst other things, causes the hate crimes to be committed and religious sites to be attacked. For years, we've demanded that this Security Council assume its responsibilities under the mandate conferred upon it by the founding charter of this organization. For years, we have demanded that this Security Council guarantee compliance with its own resolutions, which are legally binding on everyone, all member states of the United Nations, without any type of exception. For years, we have said that acting in any other way would only contribute to emboldening Israel to continue with its criminal aggression, its cruel and inhumane practices, and its policies that are clearly orientated to taking full control of the entire occupied Palestinian territory. Today, sadly, without fear of being mistaken, we affirm that this Security Council, a result of the impunity provided by the government of the United States to its genocidal partner, has turned this body into the midwife of violence, death, and destruction, which we are currently witnessing. We are here to transmit our condolences to the loved ones and relatives of all of the innocent people who have lost their lives over the last 17 days. It will mark a turning point in one of the most painful conflicts that humanity has faced for more than 75 years. President, the international community and the peoples of the world are bearing witness not to a new flare-up, but an unprecedented escalation in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which has the potential to further deepen the tensions and divisions throughout the Middle East, threatening the peace, security, and stability at the regional and international levels. The escalation of violence and military aggression beyond the Gaza Strip, including against the civilian population on the West Bank, ranging from unjustifiable bombings of civilian infrastructure in the city of Damascus to the accumulation of destructive power in the region, including troops from outside the region and aircraft carriers are a demonstration of intention in the Middle East by the principal accomplice, the United States, which intends to exercise domination over the region, including by implementing operations in other fronts with the purpose of completely redrawing the Middle East and taking advantage of this situation not just to annex the Gaza Strip, but also to roll out an operation, the purpose of which would be the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population living in the so-called biggest open-air prison in the world. Against this state of affairs, it is clear that the Israeli regime is not only openly, flagrantly, deliberately, systematically, and with impunity violating each and every one of the pertinent resolutions of the General Assembly and the Security Council, but also the purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, the rules of international law, international humanitarian law, international human rights law, international refugee law, as well as the Geneva Conventions and their protocols, which, amongst other things, regulate the rules of war. It is clear also that the occupying power thinks that it is above the law and is committed and is not committed to the two-state solution. We wonder, President, where is the so-called international community? Where is the government of the United States, its partners and Occidental satellites, Western satellites? In any other case, they'd be giving us all human rights lessons, calling for the protection of civilians, demanding unimpeded access for humanitarian aid, which is so desperately needed now in the field. We wonder whether these are the rules which the government of the United States refers to when it promotes the consolidation of a global system supposedly based on rules. Are these the rules of exceptionalism, unilateralism, supremacy, double standards, and understandings of international law which suit the United States? We are not surprised by the deafening silence. It is more than just a demonstration of its complicity in this and many other painful conflicts around the world. However, we would call for careful note to be made of the behaviour of certain members of the international community who wish to justify the unjustifiable, despite it being morally and ethically unacceptable. History shows us that their hypocrisy has no limits, and tomorrow they will have no shame in coming back here as supposed leaders in other important causes around the world. President, the situation on the ground is tragic. The humanitarian situation continues to deteriorate day after day, minute after minute, while this body remains paralysed. That is what the facts show. That is what the reports of the UN system confirm. The information from the International Committee of the Red Cross and other bodies in the field, which have not been exempt from the barbarism and have indeed lost their lives because of the violence. This is what we find in the images which have gone round the globe since the 7th of October. It's a reality which can no longer be minimised, which can no longer be hidden, which will live on in the memory of generations, which will never be able to forget the massacres which are going on even now. Over the last 2 weeks, entire refuges have been bombed. Food stores have been destroyed. Thousands of innocent civilians have been murdered, including women and children, as well as UN staff, Red Cross staff, and international members of the press. Attacks by air have been conducted against hospitals and homes. We've all seen it. These are not mere statistics. These are these are images in the public domain, human lives lost, and yet Washington insists that according to its assessment, Israel is not responsible. The occupying power is using proportionate use of force to exercise its legitimate right to self-defense. Sadly, however, for the US, its gaslighting and manipulation of the facts no longer have the effect they used to have, because we live today in a world which is widely connected thanks to technology and social networks. The evidence, therefore, is before the eyes of the world. The responsibility of the Israeli regime cannot be refuted. It is irrefutable. It is shocking that many governments fail to condemn the indiscriminate violence against civilians and, on the contrary, prefer to encourage crimes against humanity and crimes of war, prolonging the conflict. Against the state of affairs today, once again, we have turned away. We are indifferent. We are accomplices. There is a wish to give carte blanche to the aggressor, not just to allow it to continue with its policy of extermination, but its vendetta against an entire people which is only claiming its right to a free homeland. That is what the United States, is causing. Today, we celebrate another anniversary of the entry into force of the United Nations Charter. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela reiterates its principles and backing of the just Palestinian cause. We will continue to support the Palestinian people's inalienable right to not only exist and survive, but to a free, independent, sovereign state of Palestine, with Eastern Jerusalem as its capital within the borders of pre-1967. We will continue to provide decisive support to all international efforts which move us closer to a fair, just, sustainable peace for the Palestinian issue. But in the absence of a credible political perspective, it is imperative that we urgently make moves to adopting concrete measures, allowing us to guarantee the well-being of the civilian population and to protect the civilian population of Palestine. In the midst of the current international backdrop, we demand that Israel return to the path of international law, that it end the blockade of the Gaza Strip and the forced displacement of the Palestinian civilian population, that it end its indiscriminate attacks against the population and civilian infrastructure, and that it allow humanitarian aid to enter the Gaza Strip without obstacle, as well as the full mandate of UNRWA. The time has come for the promise of peace and freedom contained in the United Nations Charter to become a reality for the Palestinian people, who demand their right to self-determination and their legitimate national aspirations. We once again reiterate our solidarity with the brotherly people of Palestine and our firm commitment and support to their cause and martyrs, who are synonym of conscience for the entire world, who from all over the world demand an end to the brutal subjugation and occupation of the people of Palestine by Israel. The time has come to back peace, justice and freedom in the interest of the well-being of entire peoples, setting aside once and for all any political calculation or neo-colonial sentiment of neo-colonial domination. I thank you.
For their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Australia.
Thank you, President, for convening this debate, and I thank the Secretary-General and the United Nations briefers who provided us with information this morning. Australia would not ordinarily intervene in this debate, but the 7 October attacks and the aftermath demand comment. Hamas conducted a heinous terrorist attack against Israel and its people. Israel has an inherent right to defend itself. The Australian Government and Parliament have unequivocally condemned the atrocities committed by Hamas and called for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages in Gaza. Australia supports efforts to contain conflict and seeks to work with those who share the goal of lowering the temperature in the region and avoiding this conflict from spilling over. Hamas actions have precipitated a devastating scenario in Israel and in Gaza. Australia's position is that the protection of civilian lives must be the utmost priority and that the rules of war and international humanitarian law must be observed. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire. Australia calls for immediate, safe, unimpeded and ongoing humanitarian access to ensure essential humanitarian relief to civilians in need in Gaza, and Australia has made an initial contribution towards humanitarian assistance through trusted partners like UNICEF. President, Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people, nor their legitimate needs and aspirations. It stands in the way of a peaceful future for Israelis and Palestinians who have the right to live within secure and internationally recognized borders. Enduring peace cannot be achieved through military operations. We reiterate our call for peace in the form of a two-state solution. Thank you, President.
Statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bolivia.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President. At the outset, we wish to thank Brazil for calling today's emergency meeting to discuss the critical situation which, as we speak, the citizens of Gaza are currently facing. We would also wish to thank the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for the important reports provided, as well as the reports from the Special Coordinator in the Middle East for the peace process. President, at the outset, I wish to express my solidarity and support, that of the people and the government of Bolivia, to the people of Palestine who are suffering the worst, most atrocious genocide by the occupying power Israel. We condemn the attack on the El Ali hospital, which caused the death of hundreds and the death of UN volunteers and staff. President, the situation is exceptional. Israel, as the occupying power, has decided to disregard all development of international law and international humanitarian law, which are the basis for international peace and security. As has been stated on multiple occasions in this room, Israel has decided to apply a collective punishment on all Palestinians in Gaza, who it has in this very today called monsters. It has bombed their houses, left them without food, fuel, medicines, and water. All with the false argument of the right to defence, which today, as was announced in this council, has, according to Israel, become a duty to defend the West. Despite this catastrophe, it is inconceivable that this Security Council once again has been paralysed in a decision which would have provided a tiny light at the end of the tunnel to the Palestinians of Gaza. We make a call for this Council and the General Assembly of the United Nations to act urgently. The lives of the Palestinians has the same value as the life of any other person in the world. It is urgent that the murdering of Palestinian civilians be stopped, that the suffering of this brotherly people be stopped. President, at this hour, it is essential that we address the needs of the Palestinians of Gaza. A ceasefire should be a priority in order to provide urgent humanitarian assistance and to prevent the displacement of the civilian population, particularly women, children, and older people. The international community, via humanitarian agencies and UNRWA, should continue to provide support to those who need it most in the region. President, colleagues, today, on United Nations Day, Bolivia, which is respectful of international law, the United Nations Charter, will be on the right side of history, will be on the side of the rights of the Palestinian people and not on the side of the occupying power. That is why we reaffirm that the only formula which will preserve the dignity and freedom of the Palestinian people is the recognition of Palestine as a full member state in the internationally recognized borders prior to 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Palestinian brothers and sisters, Bolivia is with you. The peoples of the world are with you. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Bolivia for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bangladesh.
Mr. President, we thank the Presidency of Brazil for organizing this important debate. I also thank all the briefers for their comprehensive briefing. Mr. President, today it is unacceptable as well as difficult to endure that when we are having statements here on international humanitarian law, human rights, protection of civilians, and war crimes, people, including children, are dying in Gaza. In the last 2 weeks, more than 5,000 people have been killed in Gaza, of whom more than 2,000 are children. Women and children have made up more than 62% of the fatalities. As of today, more than 15,000 people are injured. Due to indiscriminate and disproportionate attack by Israel, dead bodies are piling up. Households are being flattened. Unarmed civilians, including children, women, and elderlies, are on run to save their lives. Such horrendous collective punishment perpetrated against a civilian population is unacceptable under all legal and moral doctrines, and is sheer violation of international humanitarian and human rights laws, and tantamount to war crimes. Mr. President, please allow me to highlight a few points. First and foremost, we need immediate ceasefire to save helpless population in Gaza facing continuous and indiscriminate bombardments. Regretting that the Security Council failed to adopt the resolution on humanitarian ceasefire, we urge the Council once again to take necessary steps for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Secondly, 30% of all housing units in Gaza Strip has been either destroyed, rendered inhabitable, or moderately damaged since the start of the Israeli military aggression. More than 1 million people remain internally displaced, including nearly 60,000 in 150 UNRWA facilities. They do not have enough food, water, and fuel to survive. It is our first duty to ensure necessary, adequate, and life-saving humanitarian assistance to save the people who survived the brutal military attack by Israel. Third, UNRWA has been the lifeline for Palestine, including those who are living in Gaza. We condemn the killing of UN and other aid workers, health personnel, and journalists in Gaza. After 7 October, 35 UNRWA personnel have been killed by Israel, including 6 in last 24 hours. 40 UNRWA installations have been damaged. UNRWA staff and installments must be out of any attack. Fourth, with no surprise, reflecting their nature, Israel has been launching attack on hospitals and refugee camps and even demanding UNRWA to evacuate schools. The whole world was shocked by the unimaginable atrocity of heinous bombing on the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza. Even during the unbearable situation, they did not stop attack in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. 91 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank and 1,734 injured since 7 October. Moreover, we reject unequivocally Israel's call to forcibly displace the Palestinians out of their own homeland, which is an attempt to further deteriorate the humanitarian situation in the entire region. In this regard, we urge the Security Council to take necessary action to immediately stop the attack by Israel and also to hold Israel accountable for its war crimes and blatant disrespect for international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Israel has been continuing its illegal policies and practices to entrench its illegal occupation of the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, with the Gaza Strip additionally severely isolated under a nearly 16-year blockade. Israel has been disrespecting all call of international community, including the resolutions of the Security Council and General Assembly, and ignoring the legitimate urge to implement the two-state solution. And this is why we are here today and experiencing the escalation of violence and deaths and injuries of civilians. We would like to repeat that the only solution of this crisis, the only way to establish peace in Palestine and the whole region is to establish an independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital under a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Bangladesh for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
سيد الرئيس السيدة Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, Mr. President, I would like to congratulate you and congratulate Brazil for presiding over the Security Council this month. I would also like to thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and Mr. Tor Winsland, the Special Coordinator of the Peace Process in the Middle East, and Ms. Lynn Hastings, the Deputy Special Coordinator of the Peace Process in the Middle East, and the Resident Coordinator of the United Nations, and the Humanitarian Affairs Coordinator in Palestine. I would like to thank all of them for their valuable briefings. Mr. President, in this day, the UN Day, and in light of the challenges facing the region, the challenges that have a painful humanitarian dimension, I would like to reiterate the priorities of Bahrain. Those priorities are the immediate ceasefire and the cessation of military operations, providing protection of innocent civilians on the two sides, Palestinian and Israeli, the release of all hostages, facilitating the flow of aid, medicine, food, water, electricity, and fuel into Gaza, in line with international humanitarian law, to alleviate this humanitarian catastrophe and its impact on the lives of more than 2 million Palestinians. Most of them are children and women. The Kingdom of Bahrain reiterates its call for de-escalation, self-restraint, and respect for the rules of international humanitarian law, including Geneva Conventions. These rules provide for the protection and securing of residential houses, medical and educational facilities, houses of worship, and infrastructure. They should not be targeted, and we reject any attempt to forcibly displace the Palestinian people from their homeland. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain, led by His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, and upon directions from the government headed by His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince, and the Prime Minister, Bahrain is firmly committed to advancing the peace process to achieve just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in the Middle East. We put dialogue and peaceful approach first to put an end to all wars and to peacefully settle all disputes regionally and internationally. This has been stressed by His Majesty the King before Cairo Peace Summit hosted by Egypt last Saturday. In this connection, we commend the sincere efforts by His Excellency Antonio Guterres, and we echo his call before Cairo Peace Summit to cease fire for humanitarian purposes and to ensure that humanitarian assistance reaches Gaza. He called for upholding international humanitarian law and providing protection for civilians and civil infrastructure. And he stressed that the two-state solution is the only viable solution to achieve peace and stability and to build the future that the children of Palestine, Israel, and the world at large dream of. The Kingdom of Bahrain stresses its firm position supporting the legitimate right of Palestinian people to freedom and self-determination, and to establish its sovereign independent state along the lines of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, on the basis of the two-state solution in accordance with international law, the Arab Peace Initiative, and General Assembly and Security Council resolutions, as they are the main guarantor to ensure the two states live side by side in peace and security and harmony. In conclusion, we call on the Security Council to shoulder its historic responsibility in ensuring international resolutions are implemented and to ensure the provision of civilians and respect the historic and legal status quo in Jerusalem, and to put an end to all measures that led to forcibly displace the Palestinians, the confiscation of their lands, and the establishment of illegal settlements, and to ensure the facilitation of the work of humanitarian and relief agencies without any obstacles, and to reinvigorate the peace negotiations in a way that lead to the two-state solution being the strategic option to achieve a just and comprehensive peace in the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, President. The death and destruction that we have witnessed in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory since the attack by Hamas on the 7th of October is appalling. Ireland is seriously concerned by the possibility of escalation and further regional violence. The current humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip must be addressed through an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Ireland unreservedly condemns the terror attack by Hamas. These were barbaric actions which targeted innocent civilians. This can never be justified. The taking of hostages is an appalling crime. All hostages taken to the Gaza Strip must be released now and without any preconditions. Faced with such brutality, Israel has a right to defend itself and its people in line with humanitarian law, including international humanitarian law. Fundamental to the concept of the United Nations is that states must comply with international law, that states have obligations, that even wars have rules. It is necessary to distinguish between the Palestinian people and Hamas. Ireland is deeply concerned by the killing of civilians in the Gaza Strip. Thousands of people have been killed in Gaza in the past 2 weeks. The protection of civilians must be the immediate priority of the international community. International humanitarian law prohibits the targeting of civilians, as well as indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks. It also prohibits the use of human shields. Parties to conflict must take all feasible precautions to protect the civilian population and civilian objects under their control against the effects of attacks. The scale of devastation is immense, and the humanitarian crisis we are now witnessing is on a vast scale. I welcome that there's been an initial supply of critically needed aid in recent days. But this is a small fraction of what is necessary for the people of Gaza. Essential supplies, including food, water, medical, and energy supplies, must urgently be restored. It is prohibited under international law to attack, destroy, remove, or render useless objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population. Israel must comply with its obligations under international humanitarian law. Water, food, and medicine are running out in Gaza. It is necessary that the volume of aid permitted to enter the Gaza Strip is increased now, and civilians must not be subjected to collective punishment. Fuel, which is necessary to ensure that hospitals and relief organizations can function, must be allowed to reach Gaza so that the sick and injured can be treated and the people of Gaza can have water, food, and other essentials of life. This issue needs to be addressed immediately to alleviate the suffering of civilians. Ireland echoes the call made by Secretary-General Guterres for a humanitarian ceasefire. It is absolutely necessary that aid is able to reach people safely. In response to the crisis, Ireland has announced an additional package of €13 million, including €13 million in core funding, including €10 million in core funding. Member States should ensure that UNRWA has sufficient funding to carry out its vital work. The situation in the West Bank is deeply concerning. There has been an increase in settler violence and in communities being evicted from their homes. The seriousness of the situation there must not be forgotten, as our attention is focused on the crisis in Gaza. Ireland is committed to the goal of a lasting peace in the Middle East, based on a two-state solution and the relevant Security Council resolutions. It is clear that the international community must step up to revitalise a peace process which would make this a reality. There could be no security and stability in the region without a settlement which allows all people, including those in Gaza, to live in freedom and dignity. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Ireland for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Finland.
Mr. President, Finland aligns itself with the statement by the European Union. We condemn the cowardly terrorist attack by Hamas against civilians in Israel in the strongest terms. Thousands of people in Israel and the Palestinian territory have already lost their lives in the attack and the escalation that followed. International humanitarian law must always be respected by all parties to a conflict, and all civilians must be protected in all situations. Security belongs to all. Finland recognizes the right of Israel to protect its civilian population. We underline that military operations must be proportionate and in line with international humanitarian law. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of the hostages held in Gaza and commend the role of Egypt, Qatar, and other countries in the region that have once again taken upon themselves. Mr. President, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is catastrophic. More aid needs to reach the civilians urgently. Continuously operating humanitarian corridors are paramount. We thank Brazil for its efforts on Council action on humanitarian access and join the call for a humanitarian pause. In addition to the European Union tripling its humanitarian aid to Gaza and launching a humanitarian air bridge operation, Finland examines options to increase its humanitarian aid to Gaza. Avoiding escalation is crucial. This is a joint international effort. We greatly appreciate the diplomatic role that countries in the region, as well as the United States, have played on the ground. We commend Egypt for the important initiative to host the Cairo Peace Summit. We would also like to highlight the constructive role the Palestinian Authority has played and continues to play as the partner for the entire international community. The situation again highlights that the only sustainable way to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a negotiated two-state solution. Its parameters are well known. Gaza and the West Bank must be considered together in order to create a viable Palestinian state. We as the international community must bear our responsibility by making the strongest possible push for negotiations as soon as it becomes possible. Finally, our great appreciation goes to the brave personnel of the United Nations and other humanitarian actors for their selfless work in conditions where they put their own lives at risk. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Finland, Finland for their statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Belgium.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank you for organizing this open debate, which I hope will contribute greatly to finding a solution. I also commend the efforts of the Brazilian presidency, Mr. President, of the Council with regard to this issue. Belgium condemns unambiguously the terrorist atrocities perpetrated in Israel by Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Terrorism must be combated under all circumstances. Belgium also calls for the unconditional and immediate release of hostages. Belgium recognizes unequivocally the right of Israel to defend itself. This is an inalienable right under international law, but it must be exercised in compliance with international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Belgium lines itself with the statement made by the EU, and I would like, in my national capacity, to underscore the following 3 points. First of all, in light of the complexity and emotion triggered by the situation on the ground, our action must be based on compliance with international law, including international humanitarian law. As rightly pointed out by Secretary General, even wars have rules. The protection of civilians, of all civilians, must be our primary concern and be subject of increased effort by the international community, even though this protection of civilians is the primary responsibility of the parties to the conflict. Here I'd like to recall that Belgium does not endorse either attempts at a total blockade, nor forced displacement, nor the use of civilians as human shields in any context. International law and SC resolutions in this area must be respected by all parties. Belgium, Mr. President, supports the establishment as quickly as possible of a humanitarian ceasefire, truce leading to a ceasefire in response to the appeals of the UN. Humanitarian access must be guaranteed and all obstacles to it must be lifted. Here, Belgium recently has increased its own financing to UN humanitarian operations in the region to the amount of 2 million euros. Second point, diplomatic efforts must now focus on rapid de-escalation to prevent further human suffering. An escalation of the conflict would only benefit the enemies of peace, and here we commend the efforts made recently, especially by Egypt. Mr. President, the current situation, and this is my third point, once again demonstrates the absolute need to define a political path toward a stable and lasting solution for this conflict. The security of Israel and legitimate claims of the Palestinian people are not mutually exclusive. Quite the contrary. Belgium supports the two-state solution based on international law. But this solution will not be possible unless good faith actors are supported in all of their efforts. Belgium also agrees with Special Coordinator Tor Benesland when he says that the perpetual management of the conflict without addressing its root causes is not a long-term solution. The factors of this crisis are well known and have been subject of various Security Council resolutions. Our responsibility is collective. We must redouble our efforts, facilitate exchanges, and lay the groundwork for resumption of negotiations. We must stand up against all hate speech and other harmful stereotypes. And this is the goal of the Peace Day effort presented by the European Union, Saudi Arabia, and the Arab League in New York on September 18th with the support of Jordan and Egypt. It is crucial that we work together constructively with the Palestinians and the Israelis to find solutions to the crisis and to build a lasting peace. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Belgium for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mauritania.
Thank you, President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the member state of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in my capacity as the chair of OIC Group. Mr. President, this meeting is convened as we witness the daedalus Israeli onslaught against the Palestinian people in Gaza Strip, which has surpassed all level of brutality, terrorizing the entire civilian population and resulting in thousands of victims. So far, more than 5,000 Palestinians have been killed and over 14,000 have been injured, including an overwhelming number of women and children. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of Palestinian families are being forcibly displaced, with the UN estimating that over 1 million people have already been displaced, fleeing in fear as their homes and neighborhoods, schools, hospitals, and civilian infrastructure have been indiscriminately and deliberately destroyed by Israeli airstrikes, all in grave breach of international humanitarian law. In response to this heinous Israeli aggression, the OIC held an extraordinary open-ended executive committee meeting at the level of foreign ministers on 18 October 2023 and adopted a joint communique calling for the immediate cessation of barbaric Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people and rejecting the targeting of civilians under any pretext. Their forced displacement from their homes and their starvation and denial of safe access to humanitarian aid. All such actions are being perpetrated by Israel, the occupying power, in contravention of international norms and laws, including the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and human rights law, and most basic shared human principles and values. These actions are reprehensible and must be firmly rejected and condemned. The OIC calls for an immediate halt to this unlawful aggression against the Palestinian people. There must be a ceasefire and there must be protection for the civilian population in Gaza Strip and the rest of occupying Palestinian territory. Israel must be demanded to cease all of its crimes and brutality against the Palestinian people, including an end to its inhuman siege of Gaza. The OIC underlined in this regard the necessity to urgently provide humanitarian, medical, and relief aid, including food, water, fuel, electricity, and non-food emergency items to Gaza Strip, included through the United Nations institution and particularly the United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East, UNRWA. This aid is urgently needed, especially by the over 1 million people that have already been forcibly displaced from their homes and lost everything as a result of this aggression. The OIC recognizes that these developments came against the backdrop of steep and continuous rise of Israelis' systematic violence, human rights violation, provocation, incitement, and act of terror against the Palestinian civilian population in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Since the beginning of the month, both Israeli occupying forces and extremist settlers have escalated their rampage through the Palestinian cities, villages, and refugee camps, killing more than 79 Palestinians, including 20 children, demolishing homes, desecrating Islamic and Christian holy sites, torching properties and automobiles, destroying crops, uprooting trees, terrorizing civilians, and displacing dozens of families in flagrant violation of international law and the relevant UN resolution. Mr. President, the OIC reiterates its categorical rejection of any attempts to violently and forcibly displace the Palestinian population, the majority of whom are already refugees, from the Gaza Strip to transfer the crisis created by the Israeli occupation to neighboring country. It categorically rejected and opposes any attempts at the perpetration of another Nakba on the Palestinian people. This cannot be allowed to happen under our watch. The Security Council cannot let it happen under its watch and must act forthwith to uphold its charter duty for the maintenance of international peace and security, which is being threatened by this ongoing injustice and the grave crisis it continues to provoke. It is clear that the absence of any moral, legal, or political deterrent on the global stage has emboldened Israel, the occupying power, to blatantly pursue its illegal policy of colonial settlement and annexation, forced displacement of Palestinian people, systematic ethnic cleansing, organized act of terrorism, desecration of holy peace, especially Al-Aqsa Mosque, and to persist in its denial and violation of inalienable right of the Palestinian people, including to self-determination and independence. The OIC expressed its deep regret at the continuous failure of this august body that's far to take a decisive decision to halt the war crimes being committed by the Israeli, the occupying power, against the Palestinian people in Gaza Strip and throughout Palestinian Authority. The Security Council is failing its historic obligation toward the question of Palestine, obligation that remain unfulfilled despite the passage of over 75 years, severely undermining its key role in maintaining international peace and security and protecting unarmed, defenseless civilians. Immediate action must be taken by the Security Council and the international community as a whole to halt the brutal Israeli aggression and impunity and ensure the accountability of Israel, the occupying power, for its war crimes and crimes against humanity, including this aggression and its more than 16 years illegal blockade on Gaza Strip, provide international protection for the Palestinian people, and open humanitarian corridors, allowing vital supplies of medicine, food, and other basic life necessity to reach the civilian population in Gaza Strip. In closing, I reiterate the support of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation for the realization of the legitimate inalienable rights of Palestinian people to return to self-determination and the achievement of the sovereignty and independence of State of Palestine over all the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, with East Jerusalem at its capital, based on the vision of two states in accordance with the relevant UN resolution and the Arab Peace Initiative. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Mauritania for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I deliver this statement on behalf of His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Faisal Al-Miqdad. The current October witnesses criminal escalation that exceeds all imagination and criminal, barbaric practices against the Palestinian people that break the heart and that amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. The Israeli occupation is shelling civilians in Gaza and is using internationally prohibited weapons, and it's cutting off water and fuel and food and medicine and the basic necessities of life from our people in Gaza and threatening to forcibly displace them. Israel has added to its long list of crimes a new chapter that is more bloody through the attack of the Ahli hospital and the attack of the Orthodox Church, which is the third oldest church in the world. In addition, it has targeted UNRWA schools that Palestinians thought it was a safe refuge from Israeli bombardment. These massacres were not to happen if not for the insistence of some Western countries to give a carte blanche to Israel, which they call the right to self-defense, providing it with an umbrella of impunity and protection. Syria reiterates that the main reason for the current escalation in the occupied Palestinian territory is the injustice suffered by the Palestinian people through decades of occupation. Through this barbaric war, Israel is seeking to liquidate the Palestinian question through its massacres and genocide against the Palestinian people. It is pursuing a policy of burnt land, Israel today once again is reminding us of its dark past. The victims of its aggression during the past days has exceeded 5,000 deaths, most of whom are women and children. This proves without a doubt that Israel, through its extremist ideology and terror, is the other face of ISIS, the terrorist organization. Mr. President, the Syrian Arab Republic condemns the conduct of the United States and its allies in the Security Council, which has led to an inability to fulfill the Council's responsibility to halt the Israeli aggression. The United States did not only impede the Council, but also supported the Israeli war machine through military support and providing modern equipment. It has also provided millions of dollars in support, in addition to using its media to distort the Palestinian people. In this context, my delegation reiterates that the Security Council must uphold its responsibility to end Israeli massacres and crimes and to hold their perpetrators accountable, free from political hypocrisy and double standards. We categorically reject the attempts to equate the victim and the killer, and the attempt to equate a victim of occupation and an occupying power. My delegation reiterates once again its support for the Palestinian question, and we will not spare an effort to support the Palestinian people in their legitimate struggle to restore their rights, including the inalienable right to self-defense and to resist occupation and liberate its land and establish its independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital. The Syrian Arab Republic calls on the Security Council to uphold its responsibility to end the attacks of Israel against the civilians in the Gaza Strip and providing urgent and immediate humanitarian access to the people in Gaza and rejecting any attempt to displace the people. We emphasize that the region will never enjoy stability so long as the Palestinian people remain deprived of their rights and so long as the occupation of Arab territory continues and the disregard for international resolutions continue. Mr. President, the Israeli crimes in Palestine cannot be separated from its practices in the occupied Syrian Golan since 1967, which are a representation of its continued aggression against our people in Golan and its commitment of the most heinous crimes, killing and displacement and detention, and continuing its expansionist policy through the increase of settlers and the attempt to affect demographic change and the confiscation of agricultural land and establishing large windmills on territory that does not belong to it. Simultaneously with the aggression in Gaza, it is continuing its repeated violations against the Syrian sovereignty and against its territorial integrity. On Sunday, Israel has waged, on the 22nd of October, for the third time in a row during 1 week, an airstrike targeting the two airports of Aleppo and Damascus, which led to the death of a worker in Damascus and threatened civil aviation and impeded humanitarian efforts of the United Nations and led to material damage, leading to a halt of functioning in the two airports. This is proof that it has no regard for civilian life and continues its crimes. And this is the main characteristic of Israeli conduct in the region. In conclusion, Mr. President, and while my country condemns the Israeli aggression and its repeated attacks against the Syrian territory, We warn against these continued violations, which will lead the region into a larger violence and that cannot be contained. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation wishes to express our gratitude to Brazil for organizing today's highly pertinent open debate concerning the situation in the Middle East and for their ongoing dedication to resolving the current crisis in the region. Additionally, we wish to thank the Secretary General and the briefers for their invaluable insights. The Maldives comes before this esteemed Council today with a heavy heart. We are bearing witness to an ongoing tragedy that has gripped the world, one that should shake the very core of our humanity. We have reached the point where we cannot simply present dry facts and statistics. We must implore each and every one of you to recognize the immense pain and suffering unfolding in Gaza and across Palestine. The Israeli military aggression against innocent civilians, particularly children, has unleashed a level of devastation that words cannot describe. The loss of lives, the destruction of homes, and the continuous bombing of Gaza defy all principles of international law and basic humanity. It is a deeply shameful moment when we must debate on such a grave issue. We, as members of the United Nations, carry the responsibility to protect innocent lives through diplomacy, to resolve conflict through peaceful means. The urgency of the situation demands not just our attention, but our swift and resolute action. The time to fulfill our duty is now. Mr. President, today we bear witness to the culmination of 7 decades of repression, which has now escalated into a pain and devastation that is beyond our imagination. The inability of this Council to hold countries accountable and find a definitive solution exacerbates the crisis. We must remember that international cooperation and diplomacy have been the cornerstones of addressing such human tragedies, and this must continue. On 18th October, this Council failed to condemn acts of terrorism, violence, and hostilities against innocent civilians. It failed to call for the immediate and unconditional release of hostages or the protection of medical personnel, humanitarian workers, hospitals, and facilities. The Council's inability to agree on a humanitarian ceasefire underscores the pressing need to involve a broader representation of member states in addressing these critical security issues. We express not just dismay, but deep disappointment at the Council's failure to act swiftly and decisively in ending this harrowing situation. The horrendous attack on the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza claimed hundreds of innocent lives, including children. This attack is cruel, devoid of any semblance of human decency, and is a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. This tragedy is one that could have been avoided. Just like so many other attacks that have taken place against other hospitals, schools, places of worship, and civilian infrastructure. Mr. President, let me take a moment to remind this Council of the importance of upholding Security Council Resolutions 476 and 478, nullifying actions altering Jerusalem's status, and Resolution 2334, distinguishing Israel's territories post-1967, with Palestine enduring prolonged occupation despite international outcry. It is not just the credibility but the moral imperative of this Council to enforce its own resolutions to maintain global peace and security. Furthermore, the Maldives firmly believes that a lasting solution to the conflict can only be achieved through the internationally accepted two-state solution with the establishment of an independent sovereign Palestinian state based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. In this challenging time, the government and people of Maldives stand in profound solidarity with the people of Palestine. As a demonstration of our solidarity with the Palestinian people, President Ibrahim Mohammed Saleh has decided today to send 2 million cans of tuna to Palestine. We hope that our small donation will remind our brothers and sisters in Palestine that we in the Maldives stand with them. We echo the impassioned calls for an immediate ceasefire, the establishment of a humanitarian corridor, and an end to mass forced displacement in Gaza, and protect civilian population. The Maldives reaffirms its unwavering support for the Palestinian people in their legitimate quest for inalienable rights, including self-determination. We implore Council members to take swift action, not as a matter of political convenience, but as a moral duty that transcends borders and politics for a more peaceful world. In conclusion, the Maldives calls upon this Council to act with compassion and courage. The lives of innocent children and families in Gaza hang in the balance. We must put an end to this suffering and ensure a brighter, more peaceful future for all and to our future generations. The time for actions is now. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Maldives for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Czechia.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Czechia aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the EU, and I would like to add the following remarks in my national capacity. Czechia reiterates its clear condemnation of the brutal terrorist attacks by Hamas and other terrorist groups against Israel that resulted in the unprecedented loss of innocent lives and human suffering. Over 200 people, including children and elderly, are still held hostage by Hamas. We call on Hamas to immediately release all hostages without any preconditions. We strongly emphasize Israel's right to defend itself and its population against this terror in accordance with international law. This war is not a choice of Israel. It is a choice of Hamas and other terrorist organizations with no regard for the consequences for the Palestinian population. Civilian casualties, both Israeli and Palestinian, are reported daily. Homes, hospitals, and schools are being damaged. Hamas has embedded itself in civilian communities and is using innocent Palestinian civilians as human shields. This is not acceptable. All civilians have to be protected at all times in line with international humanitarian law. The humanitarian situation in Gaza has grown dire. We welcome the entry of aid convoys into Gaza over the past days, and we support the calls to step up the delivery of the urgent humanitarian aid while ensuring it is not abused by terrorists. We commend all the regional and international efforts to de-escalate the situation and to prevent the Hamas-Israel conflict to spiral into a regional war. To that end, actions that incite violence and escalate the conflict, as well as support to the terrorist groups such as Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, have to be rejected. Mr. President, Czechia is firmly committed to a lasting and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution, which remains the only realistic foundation to ensure Israel's security and to fulfill the Palestinian desire for their own statehood. In a wider context, we hope that the positive dynamics that the region has been working on can be reestablished. Last but not least, let me mention that Czechia welcomes the latest efforts by the United States to address this complex situation by presenting the Security Council draft resolution. We hope that the Council will be able to take a unified action. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Czechia for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Spain.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you for organising today's debate. Spain aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union. I have a number of additional remarks in my national capacity. Following Hamas's terrorist attacks against Israel on 7 October, the situation in the Middle East has deteriorated in a new escalation of violence of unforeseeable consequences for the region and the rest of the world. The government of Spain has reiterated its condemnation of terrorism and violence, as well as its solidarity with the victims. Spain has recognized Israel's right to defend itself against these terrorist attacks. That must be done in full respect of international law and international humanitarian law. We support the Secretary-General, Mr. Guterres' request for a humanitarian pause. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is worsening every day. Israel and the rest of the international community has a duty to protect the Palestinian civilian population and to enable access for humanitarian aid and supplies to Gaza's population, particularly of drinking water, food, medicines, and fuel for the desalination plants. The Spanish government will double the aid that Spain provides to Palestine this year to meet the needs resulting from this conflict. We have manifested our concern about the situation of the more than 200 hostages, including a Spanish citizen. All of the hostages must be released immediately and without preconditions. The use of hostages is a war crime. President, the risk that this conflict will expand is high, both as regards the West Bank and the southern Lebanon, as well as other countries in the region. An escalation of the conflict and a regional crisis must be avoided at all costs. To that end, we must avoid the political instrumentalization of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. It is fundamental that we support the UNIFL and its work. It has been reducing tensions among regional actors. Spain is firmly committed to this. All of this is urgent, without doubt, but we must also focus on what is important. We must now establish a credible perspective for peace for the day once the current hostilities end. That necessarily must consist in the realization of the two-states solution, Israel and Palestine, coexisting in peace and security in accordance with the parameters laid down by this Security Council in multiple occasions. Spain has always been convinced that the two-state solution is the only possible response to the national aspirations of both Palestinians and Israelis. That is why we defend the position that an international peace conference should be held involving the stakeholders and the international community as soon as possible after the end of the current hostilities. We must recover the spirit which guided the Madrid Peace Conference in 1991 and the Oslo agreements. The goal should be a successful conclusion to a process which began more than 3 decades ago. This is the only way we can avoid new cycles of violence in the future. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Spain for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Tor Vinsland, and Ms. Lynn Hastings for the briefings. Despite the series of meetings held by the Security Council over the past 2 weeks and the accompanying deliberations and draft resolutions that were not adopted, the massacres by the occupying powers against the Palestinian residents continue and claim the lives of 5,800 martyrs, including more than 2,000 children, 18,000 injured, and 1.1 million have been forcibly displaced to areas where there is no safety, with full closure and deprivation of the simplest means of survival for the people of Gaza. It is ironic that today we celebrate UN Day and the commemoration of the adoption of the UN Charter, while the international community completely And the Security Council completely failed to find consensus to reach a ceasefire, prevent aggression, and to provide security and humanitarian response in line with Article 24 of the Charter. The killing, destruction, displacement, and blockade of the Palestinian people is an expected outcome of long-standing international silence on aggressive policies and violations and disregard for humanitarian and international instruments by the occupying power. We stress that it is unacceptable by any standard for this situation to continue, and that the Security Council and UN bodies would remain hostage to polarization, political calculations, or that the concepts and purposes of the UN Charter would be misconstrued at the expense of the lives, security, and rights of millions of Palestinians, and that the occupying power would use this as a cover and justification to continue its crimes in total impunity under the pretext of the right to self-defense and fait accompli. Mr. President, the current international response to the serious situation in the region and the genocide against the Palestinian people are totally against universal values and the goals and principles of the UN Charter, IHL, and the system of human rights. It also undermines the confidence of peoples in the international order, its institutions, and morals. International humanitarian law and human rights law, don't they apply to all people, or their application stops at the border of the occupied Palestinian territory? The lives of Palestinians and their security, doesn't it deserve to be defended? And until when are we going to manage conflict without resolving the conflict? And we deal with the cycles of violence that keep repeating and keep claiming every single time thousands of lives and deepening human tragedy without addressing the main and root cause of all evil in the region, that is the occupation and non-application of UN resolutions on the question of Palestine, that are more than 1,000 resolutions, and disregard for international law and a total state of impunity. Hence, as Tunisia stresses the need to end aggression and to provide relief to the Palestinians and to prevent their displacement, we at the same time stress that the situation cannot be addressed through the business as usual scenario. There needs to be honest, genuine political will based on foresight and belief in universal values of justice, peace, equality, and human rights. And through international efforts that are genuine, away from double standards, so that we can end occupation and empower the Palestinian people and help them attain all their rights that are internationally recognized, end their suffering, and achieve peace and security and stability in the region and the world.
I thank the representative of Tunisia for their statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, Sri Lanka is gravely concerned by the ongoing escalation of violence and military action in Gaza, which has resulted in deaths and injuries to many innocent civilians and children, and causing a grave humanitarian situation. Sri Lanka calls for the free movement of essential items and humanitarian aid, including food, fuel, medicine, and electricity and water supply to Gaza. We call on all sides to immediately halt violence and take steps to prevent further civilian casualties. Mr. President, we also call upon the international community to redouble their support to the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, which is playing a commendable and courageous role in helping vulnerable populations under extremely challenging circumstances. Sri Lanka wishes to reiterate our call to all parties to the conflict to keep open a humanitarian corridor to provide urgent humanitarian assistance to the civilians in Gaza. We are committed to support the efforts and activities of the United Nations General Secretary General in his endeavor to mitigate the suffering of the people, the loss and damage to life and property, and to bring about a ceasefire. Mr. President, Sri Lanka is no stranger to the scourge of terrorism. We condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, including by all who resort to violence to achieve their goals, whether political or otherwise. Sri Lanka strongly condemns the violent terror attacks targeting civilians and calls for the immediate release of all hostages taken into Gaza. While recognizing the legitimate and sensitive security concerns of both the Israeli and the Palestinian peoples, we observe that indiscriminate actions that cause civilian casualties will only make the realization of an enduring peace a distant reality. We support diplomatic efforts to find a lasting solution to the conflict and request both parties to engage in a dialogue to achieve durable peace. Mr. President, Sri Lanka remains committed to supporting a just and comprehensive negotiated political settlement to the Palestine issue in line with relevant United Nations resolutions leading to two states, Palestine and Israel, living side by side based on the 1967 borders. Amidst all the death and destruction, Mr. President, that we witness today, isn't it worthwhile we ask the question where will all this action lead us to? Are we propelling the whole world into a greater calamity than the ones we are already faced with? Aren't our actions making collective decision-making more untenable? It is time, I say, that all actors take a step back and reflect on the gravity of our actions. Endless cycles of recrimination with threats to annihilate the other can only hurt. Mr. President, finally, the well-being of mankind, its peace and security are unattainable unless and until its unity is firmly established. It is said that peace is a byproduct of trust, and trust is created when we focus on who our neighbor is and who we are to him. Let us transpose that ethos to the present environment, as it is only then that our work in the United Nations can be structured to accommodate one another as members of one human family in a spirit of true humanity. Isn't that, Mr. President, the missing link in the resolution of the conflict at hand? Thank you.
I thank the representative of Sri Lanka for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Peru.
Señor Presidente. President, at the outset of my statement, as somebody who believes in peace, I wish to thank you for holding this debate and highlighting the efficient and balanced way that Brazil has reacted in conducting the Security Council, seeking a solution to the grave situation which has emerged around the Gaza Strip. Peru adds its voice to the international concerns expressed about the escalation of extreme violence triggered by the terrorist attacks against Israel by Hamas on 7 October. Peru, in accordance with our own experience from the past and in line with the principles of the UN Charter, which brings us all together, vehemently rejects terrorism in all of its manifestations, wherever it may come from. At the same time, we reiterate that the right to self-defense must be within the respect of international law, including international humanitarian law, taking due account of the principles of distinction and proportionality. And this in order to ensure that the civilian population is not affected at all. Consequently, we make an urgent call on the parties to imply an immediate and full ceasefire. Peru firmly condemns the firing of missiles into Israel from the Gaza Strip and aerial and land bombardments by Israel in an indiscriminate manner as a response. At the same time, we express our deepest rejection, condemnation, and indignation about the attack against Al-Ali Harat Hospital, causing hundreds of deaths and injuries. Any act which leads to radicalization and increases in violence must be rejected, cannot be encouraged by the international community. We must avoid that. We must comply with our obligations under the UN Charter. Peru adds its voice to the Secretary General's call for Hamas to immediately and without preconditions release the hostages, and for Israel to facilitate swift access for humanitarian aid without obstacles by establishing a humanitarian corridor to safeguard the affected civilian population. Peru deeply regrets that the many efforts by the Brazilian presidency to achieve a ceasefire have not yet borne the expected fruit because of one permanent member's use of the veto. We think that the text of that proposed resolution was a strong message of multilateral political will, reaffirming the principles and commitments to maintain the peace and international security, and a call on the parties to respect and comply with resolutions adopted by the Security Council on the Palestinian matter. President, Peru since 1947 has been a member and a in 1947 we were a member and vice president of the Special Committee on Palestine, which proposed the creation of two states, Palestine and Israel. In line with that historic position, consistent with it, we once again back the fulfillment of Security Council Resolution 2334, which calls for all settlement activity to cease and for the necessary elements to be put in place for a fair and sustainable solution with two states within secure borders on the basis of the borderline of 1967, in compliance with the pertinent United Nations resolutions. I conclude by expressing our deepest condolences and the solidarity of the people of Peru with the families of the victims, whatever their nationality or faith. It should be understood, the people of Peru understand that the victims of violence are our victims too. I thank you.
The representative of Peru for their statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Archbishop Gabriele Cacha, Permanent Observer of the Holy See to the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. President. In recent weeks, there has been a distressing escalation of violence in Israel and Palestine, resulting in deplorable levels of sufferings. Recalling that war is always a defeat for humanity because it hinders the human family's innate vocation to fraternity, my delegation would like to make 3 points. First, the Holy See, in the most absolute terms and unequivocally condemns the terrorist attack carried out by Hamas and other armed groups on 7th October against the population of Israel. Thousands were barbarically killed and wounded. Others were taken hostage. As Pope Francis clearly stated, terrorism and extremism fuel hatred, violence, and revenge, and only cause mutual sufferings. These crimes demonstrate utter contempt for human life and are unjustifiable. My delegation reiterates the call of Pope Francis for the immediate release of all hostages held in Gaza. Second, the Holy See reminds that the criminal responsibility for terrorist acts is always personal and can never be attributed to an entire nation or people. The right to self-defense in every conflict must always comply with international humanitarian law, including the principle of proportionality. Third, the Holy See expresses grave concern for the unfolding humanitarian disaster in Gaza, which has claimed thousands of lives and has displaced hundreds of thousands of people. The total siege imposed on Gaza has caused indiscriminate suffering among the population, including due to shortages of food, fuel, and medical supplies. The Holy See appeals for the urgent facilitation and the continuation of humanitarian corridors so that aid can reach the entire population. Mr. President, amidst the escalating violence, it is imperative for the authorities of the State of Israel and the State of Palestine to demonstrate audacity to renew their commitment toward the peace based on justice and respect for the legitimate aspirations of both sides. While the path of dialogue appears narrow at the present, it is the only viable option for a lasting end to the cycle of violence that has engulfed that land so dear to Christians, Jews, and Muslims. The Holy See remains convinced that the two-state solution still offers hope for such a peace. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Archbishop Kacha for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Iceland.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this important debate. Our thanks to the distinguished briefers for their contribution. Iceland is appalled by the recent hostilities in Israel and Palestine and deeply concerned over the risk of further escalation. Yet another great tragedy is unfolding for the millions of Israelis and Palestinians. We deplore the immense suffering of innocent civilians and the thousands of civilians, including children, that have been killed. We are alarmed by the impact of mass evacuations of civilians in Gaza. Sadly, the atrocities are fuming the flames of hate, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and racism across the world. Iceland has condemned in the strongest terms the barbaric acts committed by Hamas. Let's be clear, terrorism can never be justified. Hostages should be released immediately and unconditionally. We also reiterate that while Israel has a clear right to defend itself, it must do so within the bounds of international law. International law provides states with rights and obligations. Both are sacred. Mr. President, international humanitarian law must be respected and upheld at all times. Alleged breaches thereof must be carefully investigated. Safe and unimpeded humanitarian access must be ensured, and civilians and civilian objects, medical personnel, and humanitarian workers and assets must be protected. Iceland has responded to the United Nations emergency appeals with an additional contribution of 70 million Icelandic crowns to UNRWA, a long-standing humanitarian partner and the lead UN agency mandated with supporting Palestine refugees. We urge other donors to step up the support to UNRWA critical frontline delivery of aid to the people of Gaza. Mr. President, we call on all parties to break out of this ongoing cycle of violence and work towards a sustainable political solution based on international law, relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions, and agreed parameters. The international parameters for a sustainable solution to the conflict are clear. The end destination is well known, but the road itself is in serious need of reconstruction. We need a credible process towards the two-state solution based on international law with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security and mutual recognition. This will not be achieved while Israel continues its settlement policies in the West Bank and its blockade of Gaza. This will not be achieved while Hamas continues to use its position in Gaza to fan the flames of radicalism and wage terror on innocent civilians. This month's tragic events in Israel and Palestine remind us once again of the urgent need to put the peace process back on track. Otherwise, we run the risk of the violence continuing and conditions deteriorating even further. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Iceland for their statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Paul Beresford Hill, permanent observer of the Sovereign Order of Malta to the United Nations.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the Sovereign Order of Malta is appreciative to the Presidency of Brazil for this opportunity to speak as a neutral and non-partisan witness to the pain and suffering that has bedeviled the land in which we were founded 900 years ago. Our love of the Holy Land, sacred as it is to Jews and to Muslims, has been severely tested by the calculated violence that has recently been unleashed on so many innocent people whose only desire is to live in communities that are peaceful and prosperous, where the young can live lives of opportunity and brotherhood, not lives of poverty, hatred, or mistrust. We all know the statistics, we have heard them so often. The number of innocent Jewish children, mothers, elders, fathers, brothers. We have seen the devastated bombing of cities and towns, the million of people displaced, the cries of Palestinian children and their parents, and the sheer hopelessness of it all. We are very much aware of the carnage and destruction that we have not seen since World War II, but of which we have had a stark reminder watching the conflict unfold in the Ukraine. The healthcare system in Gaza is under immense strain. 30% of hospitals cannot function. The rest are at breaking point. Since October 7th, there have been 143 attacks on healthcare facilities, 81 in the West Bank, affecting ambulances, compounded by physical violence to health and emergency personnel. In Gaza, 62 attacks on medical facilities have resulted in over 500 fatalities and another 500 healthcare workers injured and unable to accomplish their mission. This alongside the thousands of civilians killed and the tens of thousands injured. And the numbers go on and on, with one single question in the mind of everyone hearing a bomb exploding or anticipating their own death or injury: when will all this end? Whichever faction was responsible for, or whoever's missiles landed on the grounds of Al-Ahli Hospital, one thing is clear: it is the innocent who ultimately bear the heaviest burden. Whether that burden was created by wars and invasions long ago, whether it is the consequence of great powers intent on creating spheres of influence, or whether it is an expression of the struggle between the haves and have-nots, whatever the origin, and the Al-Ahli Hospital is symbolic of what this once holy land has become: a self-fulfilling prophecy of death, destruction, and hatred. Mr. President, this committed body has been debating Palestine for many decades, and some of the best and most astute brains in the world have failed to achieve much more than piecemeal and half-won compromises. Promise, yes, a lot of promise. Perhaps this moment of global introspection, with its fear of a potential to escalate into another Balkan crisis reminiscent of World War I, will result in something more than safe corridors or 20 trucks a day bringing critical aid to 2 million people, or the staggered release of innocent hostages, all of them victims. And all these things are necessary and they are needed, but are they enough? The Sovereign Order of Malta, on behalf of the world's forgotten, of the sick and the poor, appeals to everyone in this room to find a path to peace in the Holy Land, a path that is rooted in justice and humanitarian law, a path that will finally turn swords into plowshares and which will end the suffering and the privation of the innocent. A solution, we hope, that will hold fast to the revealed truth of Allah, of Yahweh, and of our Heavenly Father, the one God of the three Abrahamic faiths, who, at one and the same time, is a God of mercy, a God of love, and a God of compassion, but above all, a God of forgiveness. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Beresford Hill, for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Guyana aligns itself with the statement of NAM, OIC, and the CEIRPP. The delegation of Guyana expresses its grave concern over escalating violence between Palestine and Israel following the attack on Israel by Hamas on 7th October. The ongoing violations of international law, including international humanitarian law, are taking an increasing and unacceptable human toll, with innocent civilians, especially women, children, and the elderly, bearing the brunt of this unfolding tragedy. We unequivocally condemn the 7th October attack on Israel and the violence that has ensued being now perpetrated by both sides. The continuing bloodshed has created a veritable human cauldron with the very present risk of boiling over beyond the immediate parties concerned. We call for an immediate end to the hostilities and for prompt relief for the victims who are enduring immense suffering engendered by these events. We strongly urge the parties to lay down their arms and to ensure the protection of civilians in accordance with international law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, the debilitating humanitarian crisis in Gaza is at risk of becoming further deepened and protracted, involving, inter alia, mass displacements, severe medical emergencies, acute food insecurity, and aggravated socioeconomic complications. The overwhelming human costs of the current hostilities compel the most urgent efforts to de-escalate the situation. We are therefore concerned at rhetoric that suggests that de-escalation may yet be a long way off. And we call on those with influence on the parties to spare no effort in working for an urgent and comprehensive ceasefire. Guyana acknowledges the unstinting efforts of the United Nations agencies and other actors on behalf of the population in the Gaza Strip. Under extremely difficult circumstances, the entrance of first aid convoy into Gaza last Saturday was an important fruit of these efforts. We appeal to the parties to ensure that aid can reach the people of Gaza without conditions, in a safe, dependable, and unimpeded manner. Guyana stresses the importance of a comprehensive ceasefire in this vein. Mr. President, my delegation remains conscious of the long-standing suffering of the Palestinian people under illegal occupation and blockade of their territory. This decades-long indignity must be brought to an end. The United Nations, indeed this Council, must do more to ensure that it is no longer business as usual. We must be deliberate and committed to reinvigorating both the peace process with a view to the crucial realization of the two-state solution. We must work for a just and lasting resolution to the question of Palestine. This is our duty, and the stability of the entire region rests upon this. Guyana notes with regret that the Security Council has so far failed to fulfill its charter obligations in providing a definitive response to the current situation, despite the commendable efforts that were engaged to that end. Silence cannot be an option for this body, which holds primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. In our assessment, the drafts presented, while not fully addressing all of the crucial elements requiring attention at this stage, nonetheless contained critical humanitarian elements that must be immediately addressed to bring relief to the civilian population suffering on account of the hostilities. My delegation's appeal to this Council is to unite, to send a clear message to the people of Israel and Palestine that you stand with them, that you recognize the suffering that they have endured and are enduring, and that you have collectively decided to respond on the side of international law. the lives of men, women, and children. Children depend on this, and I urge that this responsibility not be taken lightly. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Cambodia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first may I express my appreciation to you, Mr. President, for convening today's debate under the agenda item Situation of the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The recent escalation of conflict and violence in the region is of great concern. My delegation joins others in mourning the loss of so many innocent lives, including one Cambodian. We convey deepest sympathies and condolences to the families of those killed on both sides in the ongoing conflict. Cambodia condemns all acts of violence and terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Under all circumstances, we urge for peace to be prioritized, to enable both nations to exercise their rights to development rather than suffering and enduring war. It is of utmost importance to address the root causes of the Palestine-Israel conflict if both nations are to coexist in harmony. Mr. President, allow me to put forth 3 points on the recent developments in the Middle East. First, it is heartbroken to see the increasing number of civilian casualties and the pain they endure. My delegation urges all parties to exercise utmost restraint, abide by the international humanitarian law, and constructively engage in dialogues to de-escalate the situation and achieve a ceasefire or a humanitarian pause. Second, civilian lives and safety must be protected from harm in conflicts. Therefore, my delegation urges all sides not to target civilians and civilian infrastructure, and to allow humanitarian access for the delivery of essential aid such as food, water, medicine to those in need in accordance with the international humanitarian law. Third, we call the Security Council and the international community to unite in a spirit of solidarity and sincerity to foster a meaningful dialogue and negotiation leading to a just and lasting peace. To conclude, Mr. President, my delegation welcomed the convening of the 10th emergency special session by the President of the General Assembly on this important topic on Thursday this week. We hope that it will result in positive outcome. Finally, may I salute the dedication and sacrifice of members of the UN staff to bring relief and help the people in need. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Cambodia for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Italy.
Mr. President, let me first thank Minister Vega for chairing this important open debate. I would like also to convey to him, the Foreign Minister of Italy, Antonio Tajani's deep appreciation following the direct contacts for the wise stewardship and the constant Brazilian efforts to de-escalate the crisis. Mr. President, Excellencies and colleagues, we align ourselves with the statement delivered by the European Union, and we would like to add some remarks in our national capacity. We are meeting today at an unprecedented dramatic juncture, almost 20 days after the heinous terrorist attacks by Hamas that have left the world in shock, brutally murdering innocent people, exterminating entire families, annihilating the dreams of a young generation dancing at a music festival. In the wake of such a senseless rampage, I would like to remember that terrorism is never, never justifiable. That is why we condemned the atrocious coward attacks by Hamas. That is why we condemn the continuous indiscriminate firing of rockets from the Strip. That is why we firmly condemn hostage-taking and we demand the immediate, unconditional release of all hostages without any precondition. That is why Italy firmly stands in solidarity with Israel, recognizing its right to self-defense in compliance with international law, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law. At the same time, we cannot ignore that Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people and that Palestinian people in Gaza have been suffering immensely in recent days. It is therefore urgent to address the gravity of the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip and to allow the safe and unimpeded passage of aid in order to deliver food, water, fuel, electricity, medical care, medicines, and safe shelter. The Middle East is becoming a powder keg, and the risk of a spillover of the conflict at a regional level is just around the corner. In efforts to avert this scenario, Italy continues its constructive engagement with the partners in the region. Prime Minister Meloni was last Saturday in Cairo for the summit convened by President al-Sisi. Prime Minister Meloni recently met inter alia with both the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, and President Abbas, and King Abdullah of Jordan. Minister Tajani has been in contact with all the international and regional partners traveling to Israel, Jordan, Egypt, and Tunisia. It is important that all parties take immediate steps to de-escalate and avoid any provocation and miscalculation. Finally, I would like to recall the pressing need for a political solution on the basis of internationally agreed parameters, leading to a two-state solution. It is necessary, even in this darkest hour, to be forward-looking, to relaunch a political horizon and get back to work on the two peoples, two states solution. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Italy for their statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.